right, and that is E1 in the books for Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-twin action. We're going to move to Voodoo Customs Street ET. This is their elimination round number 2. This is a go-home round if you lose. So right now, the prepaid buyback has been used up last night, and this is a go-home round in Pro ET and Street ET. This is what the racers have been here for since Thursday, testing Friday, time runs on Friday, time runs yesterday, and first round of eliminations, and they're here now at the point of win or go home. It's that simple. Great field of Voodoo Custom Street ET riders here, wide variety of machinery. Same thing in MPS Racing Pro ET. At this point, you hope you brought enough to get the job done today. Take home all the dough and the hardware.
South Georgia Motorsports Park, bringing you the penultimate end of the season for Man Cup drag racing. All these races have been added all year. Today, championships will be awarded. We're going to see a lot of race winners. We've got hundreds of entries here this weekend, so stay locked in here on Man Cup, Hollywood Drag Racing Channel, and we're going to kill it all day long.
Decided reaction time advantage, and that went to waste. But once again, that's why you race them on the track. Xavier Lemons, right side, Loganville, Georgia. Gregory Crawford, left lane. Crawford away clean. Lemons with trouble off the line. And it is Crawford. 3. Action here in Street ET, which comes to you courtesy of Voodoo Customs. A lot of these motorcycles you see out there have a Voodoo Custom exhaust system on there. One of the top manufacturers of performance exhaust systems for sport bikes, street use, as well as drag racing. And second generation racer Bryce Jackson in the left lane on his Gixxer Thau. Brody Davis, Douglas, Georgia, Kawasaki ZX14. Couple 8-second street bikes right here. Oh, just turned it red with an 029. Bryce Jackson advancing, goes 884 on his 889 dial-in. He was 010. He was 010 on the tree, so he was loaded. Good little drag race right there. Bryce Jackson moving on to round 3 on his GSXR 1000. And there's the tint man. Sterling, Virginia. Wardell Pinckney. He is the proprietary of the XGA. He's a big-time gambler. And you know he's a Cowboys fan, too. Down deep, he is a Cowboys fan. Wardell and Jose Rivera. Jose taking it home to Puerto Rico. 897 on an 894. Great drag race. Wardell going under, had to go under. He had a reaction time disadvantage, did what he could, but he still did not make the cut. So Wardell will move to his part-time job of XGAing at the $2 window for the rest of the day. Brian Miner, Midway, Georgia, right side, and Randall Cross, left side. He's on a ZX14 coming in from Cross Performance, Conyers, Georgia. These guys have slugged it out before across years of Semdra racing. Red light. Left side goes red. Automatic win for Miner, who was 0-1-2 on the light. He belts out an 832, well off his 806 dial-in. And Randall's day is done here in Voodoo Custom Street ET. I need all of my Pro ET competitors in lane number 2, please. All of my Pro ET competitors in the lane number 2. Random pairs, and bike number 1123 in Pro ET has earned the pull out of line to get the bye if there is one based on his round 1 reaction time. And here we go with Landon Noble right side. William Charlton from Missouri, left side. Gixxer Thau left. Right side taking the dub. Double breakout. Riders had nearly identical reaction times. Another great drag race here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. Some super, super close racing already. Outstanding racing right off the gate. Bernard Gilbert, Covington, Georgia, right side, and Eric Connor, who's a number one qualifier in Supercomp. He's over there in the TBM brakes lane, and he gets an automatic advance. Gilbert goes red. Whew. Connor, 891 on the 890 dial. Both of them went 891. They were both dialed 890. But victory for Connor. Gilbert turns it red and was down in defeat. His day over in Street ET. Don Horta hoping to shake off the effects of too much taco. Let's see what happens if he can clear it out. Galligan goes red left side on his BMW. Horta, automatic advance. He's dialed 933 and goes a 926. Next up, Stanley Russell in the right lane and Eric Yost left side. Stan getting the automatic win. Yost goes red. Stanley 1048 on a 1023 to advance. That's Stacy Smith from Azalea, Georgia. Left side on a Harley Davidson, and Charlie Brown, downtown Charlie Brown, McRae, Georgia. He's on a ZX14, and he turns it red by just the narrowest of margins. But red is red, and his day is done in Voodoo Customs Street ET action. We wind down. We're nearing the end of Street ET elimination round number 2 here. And we will move directly into MPS Racing Pro ET. Johnny Flat Top Ard, left side. He's up against Ken Flazer, St. Pete, Florida, on a big road glide. Thunder and road glide. Let's see if he's got anything to catch him. Give it to Ard. No, Ard has broken out. Oh, Johnny Ard is going to be kicking himself. Ken Flazer moving on into round number 3 with the big road glide. Woo! Oh boy, that one's going to sting for a while for Johnny. Pablo Gonzalez, the pride of Bayamon, Puerto Rico, right side, and Tom Lagasse, Northport, Florida. Pair of boosters here. Pablo 882 on the 881. Lagasse was 952 on his 950 dial, and Pablo was late with an 022 light. Lagasse went 018 with 2 off the dial in and come up losing. That is a tough drag race right there. Chris Rolls, Lithia, Florida, right side, and Wilbur Mumma He's on the Honda out of St. Cloud, Florida. Chris is going to wait a week to leave. And we got a green light drag race. The finish line will determine it. Give it to Rolls. Mummy unable to run his dial in. And once again, Rolls, he was 016 on the tree, and he was late. 007 for Wilbur, but he could not run the dial in. And Chris Rolls put together a nice package to advance into round 3. Rylan Rowe, right side out of Kentucky, and Casey Smith in the TBM brakes lane. He's on a 2002 Harley. Gets the hit. Puts it to work. Rowe breaking out. Rylan 5 under. Casey Smith 5 over. Rowe did have the reaction time advantage, but Casey Smith moves on the Harley into third round. Mike, 1123 is the potential legal buy in MPS Racing Pro ET as announced. Bike number 1123. We got Duffy Freeman on track and Greg Rolls. Duffy moving on. His Harley advances. 14:59 on a 14:38. Greg Rolls. Reaction time disadvantage spells defeat. And there he is, Charles Willis Sr. from Bunker Hill, Illinois. He had earned the legal buy, and he races Lindbergh Simmons on the Honda. He's got to wait forever. Does a great job of waiting, and this is a green light drag race. Willis for the win. Bike number 24 advances on 924 on a 920. Breakout by Lindbergh Simmons is 1595 on a 1602 dial. Charles Willis advances. That is Voodoo Custom Street ET in the books. We're moving into MPS Racing Pro ET. Here is Pro ET action. Vance Howdyshell on the Harley-Davidson Livewire in the TBM brakes lane, and Joe Clemmy in the Summit Racing lane. Clemmy 890 on an 887 with a reaction time advantage takes the W. Howdy Shell down in defeat on the live wire, breaking out. Bob Mann down from Decatur, Indiana, home of Schnitz Racing. He's up against Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida. Win. Man, 887 double breakout. He was 1 under. Dwayne Leachman a full 10 under. Bob Mann did hold the reaction time advantage in that one. Next up, Kelly McDaniel, left side out of Orlando, Florida, sponsored by MPS Racing. That says John Markham in the right lane. Kelly McDaniel, John Markham, McDaniel W, 873, breaking out on his 875 is less than the 879 on 882 for Markham. Reaction time advantage to McDaniel there, and he put it to work. McDaniel moving on. Bike number 1560, left side, and Gary Russell from Inglewood, Florida. Right side on his Kawasaki. Russell turns it red. Bike 1560 automatically advances. Oh, Russell was 891 on his 890 dial, and he only turned it red by 006. That's just how tough it is out here in MPS Racing Pro ET on an everyday basis. Nick Christmas, left side out of New York. Daryl Perkins, Milton, Florida, right side. Give the win to Christmas on a double breakout. Less of two evils over in the TBM brakes lane. Christmas moving on. Daryl Perkins. His day is over in MPS Racing Pro ET. Next pair up, we've got Glenn Geiger, Ashburn, Georgia, left side. Sonny Bolton from Kentucky, right side. Good looking drag race pair. Great reaction times for both riders. Oh, boy, was that close. 884 with a 1 on an 884 with an 017 tree. Didn't leave much meat on the bone, but Glenn gave it his all. He went 905 with a 7. Just couldn't make up. He was 021 on the tree. Outstanding drag race here in the second round of MPS Racing Pro ET. Tom Clemmy took out Damien Solis in that last pair. Chuck Curls right side, and that's bike number 89X in the left lane. Curls turned it red, went 003 red, and ended his day. Cunningham advances 8:29 on his 8:30 dial-in. MPS Racing Pro ET action underway. Got David Griffith from Iowa and Ronnie Procopio in this set. Griffin, 8:29 on an 8:29, getting the job done. 0:46 on the tree, and he was dead late. Procopio was 0:02, but could not go the 792 dial, and he only goes 797. Griffin taking that one. That's a W. Kevin Peterson right side and Harvey Hubbard left side. Peterson from Clearwater, Florida. Hubbard coming down from Sedley, Virginia. Green lights a pair. Finish line gives it to Peterson on a double breakout. Peterson was 004 on the tree. Currently rolling through second round of eliminations, a win or go home round in MPS Racing Pro ET. A lot of outstanding racing happening already here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the Fuel Tech World Finals. Gorgeous Georgia day here. Chamber of Commerce weather. Scotty DeLong going red, and Aramel Garcia from San Juan, Puerto Rico advances. Mike Perry right side, and Janie Palm from Bunker Hill, Illinois, left side. Palm on a Gen 3 Busa. Win. Palm breaking out by half a hundredth. 899.5 on the 9 flat. Perry goes further under, 872. Perry did carry the reaction time advantage, but could not put it to work. Mike Perry going down to Janie Palm. Josie Brooks from Canada next up, right side. means all pros. 11:15 first round. Pros, 11:15 first round. In your respective lanes and paired. Pro stock limited lane 1. Pro mod, lane 2. Pro open lane 3. At 460, you guys and gals have already been stacked and ranked. There's no reason not to know who your dance partner is. Pair them up, stack them up. You're going to come out of order. Same order. BPM Racing Engines Pro Stock Limited out of lane 1. Fast Like Gas Pro Mod out of lane number 2. Robinson Industries Pro Open will be out of 3. And Marvel Drag Racing Pro Open 460 coming out of lane number 4. Pros are looking to be on track at 11:15. Assuring that the racetrack is safe, but once again, riders, we are going to do opening ceremonies at the Man Cup Tech Tent, located between MPC and Fuel Tank in about 5 minutes. I need all my #1 qualifiers there, please. And we have a new and revised 9-bike ladder for Pro Mod. At the Man Cup tent.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
check, mic check.
Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Miss Nancy Eastlick Harden, please come to the tower. Attention in the pits. Miss Nancy Eastlick Harden, please come to the tower.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fuel Tech Man Cup World Finals. I'd like to thank you all for coming here today. We're going to hand out the #1 qualifier awards right now. And I'm going to start with Pro Street, Rudy Sanzatera. Where you at, Rudy? Rudy Sanzatera, #1 qualifier in Pro Street. And I think Rudy's probably got his hands full here this morning. Wasn't able to make it up. Well, once again, Rudy Sanzatera, #1 qualifier in Pro Street, all the way here from St. Louis. And we've got Super Eliminator Alex Hughes. Super Eliminator Alex Hughes on the murderously quick 2-stroke. Bill tells me you guys might have gotten your transmission problem figured out.
Yeah, they put a new transmission in it.
All right.
We'll be good.
Congratulations on making it happen again, and a new record, 766. 766 for the chainsaw on acid. Keep up the good work, brother. All right, next up, Ultimate Sportsman, Montez Thompson Jr. Where you at, Montez? All right. You done did it again.
Yeah, got it done.
Yeah.
Last round. Struggled the whole weekend. Couldn't fall out of a tree. Get nowhere near the number. Then the last round we made some changes. Ran dead on 950 with a 0. So
9500. Great job, Montez, and good luck today.
Thanks.
Everybody, Montez Thompson Jr. Super Comp, Eric Connor, are you here? Where's Mr. Eric? Here he is. There you go. Congratulations on #1 qualifier in Super Comp.
Yep. Right
And tell us, what was your Super Comp performance? What hit you to the #1 spot?
luck and skill.
And what was the number?
Come on.
Tell me now.
8 9
With a 0 and another 0?
Another 0.
All right.
Dead on.
Dead on once again. Congratulations. Good luck today. Go tear them up, man. All right, next up, Top Gas, Mike Neerhoff. There you are, Mike.
Hey, I'm filling in for my brother Mike.
All right.
He's working on the bike, got an issue with it.
We've got an imposter here.
Yeah,
We're
that's
accepting
right,
for
sorry.
Mike. That's all right. I'm sure you're a critical part of the program,
Oh,
so
definitely.
keep him going strong. And #1 qualifier, Mike Neerhoff.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Real Street, Annabelle Merced. Where is the animal? Annabelle Merced? Annabelle? All right, Annabelle must have been busy today. That's okay. Annabelle, come get it. All right, well, he'll be back up later for that. No problem. Let's get a hand for Annabelle Merced, Real Street, #1 qualifier. Very tough class. All right, 460. Mr. Tyron Lemons. Where is he? Mr. Lemons. All right. Pro Ultra 460. And let's see, how close to the number did you run this weekend?
Not close enough. No, I was kidding. No, it turned out pretty good. I think that was the best run of the week. Mr. Hubbard back there gave me some good competition to run with, so I want to thank him too for that run.
He's a bad man. Well, congratulations on your #1 qualifier performance, and good luck today. Everybody, Tyrone Lemons, #1 qualifier. Next up, Terry Martin, Pro Stock Limited, #1 qualifier. Where you at, Terry? Pro Stock Limited, Terry Martin. All right, I don't think Terry's up here right now, but let's give him a hand anyway. Terry Martin, #1 qualifier in Pro Stock Limited. All right, next up, Pro Open, #1 qualifier, Tommy Saxon. Where you at, Tommy? Pro Open, #1 qualifier, Tommy Saxon. Well, looks like Tommy's probably putting bearings in that turbo or some related thing. Anyway, let's give him a hand. Tommy Saxon, #1 qualifier in Pro Open. And did I save the best for last? I think I did. Pro Mod #1 of all time, Mr. Paul Gast, an inspiration to old guys like me everywhere. Paul, can I even ask you, how old are you now?
Approaching 76, quick.
Wow. Wow.
That red bike keeps me young, I can guarantee it.
Outstanding.
Yeah, hey, I want to thank everybody for coming out. We're blessed with incredible weather here. Little cool first days. This is the best it gets. We got some friends here from Buffalo, New York. I'm glad they're here, enjoying all this. And Pro Mod's going to be good. pretty sure we're going to get some threes out of that thing today. So it's all good.
I wouldn't doubt you a bit, Paul. Thanks again for coming. Always a pleasure to see you, my old friend. And that's it, everybody. We got one more award that's going to go out today. And this is for Outstanding Achievement Award to Brother Connell Smith. Are you here, Connell? Mr. Smith. He's on his way back.
All right.
Well, there you go. That's the Outstanding Achievement Award for 2024.
Okay.
You got that right? And this is young Mr. Smith. Phenomenal work. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, everybody, one more round of applause for all of our number one qualifiers today. I want everybody to have a safe race. I want everybody to have a good race. And don't let up, man. We've been doing it all year long. We're here to finish it up today. If you're in the points chases for your respective qualifiers, eliminators, good luck to all of you. Let's go out there and have a ball. Congratulations, everybody, for being here. Thank you.
Pro Stock Limited Lane 1, Pro Mod Lane 2, Pro Open Lane 3, and 460 riders. Bring them up paired to Lane 4, please.
Now we're continuing our invocation and opening ceremonies with a couple of special awards. Now occasionally, sponsors and companies that support the sport will put up special awards for particular classes, and this weekend is no exception. We've got Rainey Construction putting up $2,500 on top of the Street ET purse, and J2 Connect putting $3,000 on top of the Pro ET purse. So I'd like to give big hand to all those companies that continue to support our race and our racers. And at this time, I would like to hand over the invocation to our chaplain, Mr. Santi Rodriguez. Santi, come on up and do what you do.
Thank you. I want to start real quick by thanking everyone. We lost one of our fellow
this past week,
Dave Caudell. And as a family, we always come together to try to help our own. So I want to thank everyone who donated funds to help his wife, Brenda. I'm sure that's going to go a long way, even though it can never replace Dave. But we thank you for that. If you will, let us pray. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you, Lord, for letting us gather here, Lord, as family and friends. We thank you, Lord, for this beautiful weather and this beautiful facility, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to bless the workers, Lord. Let them do their job diligently, Lord. Keep them safe. Let the track be the best that it can. We ask you, Lord, to bless the racers. Keep them safe. Let their machines run straight and true. Let the best man or woman, Lord, be the victors today. We give you all the glory, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to be with all the racers as we leave here and the fans, Lord. Please give us all travel mercies and get us home and let us get where we're going to our next destination, Lord. We ask you, Lord, all these things in your precious Son's Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you. Great job as always, brother. And with that, we're ready to get rolling here, so stay tuned, stay here, and whatever you do, don't miss it. It's the World Finals Man Cup, brought to you by Fuel Tech, and it all starts now.
2, Pro Open Lane 3. Let's get them up there. 460 riders, you already know who you're paired with. So 460 riders, please pair them up. Make sure to push up as a pair. Match up, push up as a pair, please.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
I've got with us right now a longtime supporter of Man Cup Drag Racing, none other than Stanley Russell. Stanley, tell me a little bit about how many classes you're running this weekend and what's your strategy?
I'm going to run 2 classes this weekend. I'm going to run Street ET on this bike, and I'm going to run Ultra Sportsman on this bike. And my strategy is every race. Go out there, no fear, cut the tree down, run the number, and you're probably going to win.
That's a very good strategy. So tell us a little bit about the bikes. What about your Ultra Sportsman bike? What's this running a quarter, or is it in the eighth? Tell me more.
Well, I ran this one last night in the quarter mile. I made one hit on it. It went a 948 on the 950 index, which means I'm somewhere close to the number. And this bike here, I ran it and made a Street ET pass on it. It's stock, pump gas. First time riding this bike in over a year. It just usually sits in the shed, and I won a 1023 on it.
And is that where you want to be, or not really?
Well, me, as long as it runs 1023 every pass, it doesn't make any difference.
Gotcha. So, and another thing that the racers are struggling with this weekend is this good air, and the racetrack's been pretty good too, so we see a lot of people trying to slow things down, and that seems to be the trick of the weekend. Would you agree, Stanley?
Yes, I would definitely agree. Whatever you're used to your bike running, it's going to run a little bit faster, so now if you run the index class, you got to figure out how to knock the extra tenth, half the tenth, or whatever is running over the number. You got to slow it down to that number.
Gotcha. And in your strategy, do you like to keep it a little bit in the bag to play at the finish line, or are you an all-out kind of ET racer?
I like at least 3 in the bag, because if my man trees me and he tries to hold me out on the front tire, I do what I run him under the water. So I know I got 3 that I can run over, and as long as he stay out in front of me, as soon as this front tire hit the line, I hit brakes and let him go head on. That means he's going to run under the water, and I got him. He's going to break out.
So you like to dump them when you get a chance?
Yeah, well, they're out front and we're that close, yes.
And there you go. ET racing is an amazing game of precision, and without it, we'd only have about half the racers here, maybe even less. So, bracket racing is alive and well and strong, and Stanley, I'd like to thank you for supporting Man Cup for so many years as you have. Let's get a little shout out to the people at home and sponsors.
I like to thank everybody, Freeman Motorsports, Cross Performance, all of my friends who travel with me everywhere we go to make it possible, my sister, just everybody in general.
Outstanding. Well, thank you for spending some time with us today, Stanley. Stanley, just another example of the fine ET racers we have here at Man Cup. We've got hundreds of racers here this weekend. We're going to cover as many of them as we can here at the Fuel Tech World Finals.
pairing them up in the lanes. I need BPM Racing Engines Pro Stock Limited to lane 1. Fast by Gas Pro Mod to lane number 2. Robinson Industries Pro Open lane 3, and Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 into lane number 4. And please, in 4, do not bring them up until you're paired. Please stack them only when you're paired. And in the Super Stock Exhibition class, there will be a ladder copy on the board as well as in the lanes for you. Super Stock Exhibition, you will run behind the grudge and behind the real street as you had yesterday. All right, we're getting ready to kick off the elimination process here in pro categories. Pro categories here at the Fuel Tech World Finals are getting ready to kick off the eliminations. BPM Racing Engines Pro Stock Limited is in lane number 1. Pro Mod in lane number 2. Pro Open in lane 3. Need my 460 riders paired in lane 4. Pro Street will come out after that out of lane 5. Grudge out of lane 6. Real Street out of lane 7, and behind Real Street in the rear of lane 7 will be the Superstock Exhibition. That'll be your run order for the pros here in the first round of the Fuel Tech World Finals here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. We got John Sachs going to take up in the Summit Racing lane on his Morel and Sachs entry. Terry Martin, your number 1 qualifier. Looks like he'll be in the TBM brakes lane. And here comes the Terry Martin entry. He was the number 1 qualifier here. BPM Racing Engines, the sponsor of this category. George Babor, Christine Babor, out there doing their thing. This is no power adders, all motor. Hope you brought enough. And then we'll move from there into Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Jeff House earning the legal bye here in first round of Fast by Gas Pro Mod. All right, we got power. We got eliminations here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. John Sachs. Right lane. He's got all the legends out there. GT Tonglet, looking at the bike, acquitted himself extremely well on those 2 hits yesterday on the Redneck Express fuel bike. Okay, something awry with the Sachs entry. Martin set to take a single here. Terry Martin, your number one qualifier with a 7:33. See what he's got here in eliminations. Oh, he's got a little too much on the starting line, but he legs it. Shuts it off early, 8:32, excuse me, 8:32 at 1:32. It was a 1:32 short time, 5:11 eighth mile at 140 mile per hour. And unfortunately, John Sachs not able to make the call. But we move it into Fast by Gas Pro Modified action. Next up, I've got Tyrone Lemons, Suzuki powered, in the TBM brakes lane. And he's against JP Maddox. JP Maddox taken up in the right lane. Maddox qualified 5th with a 4:23, and he is up against Lemons. Lemons struggled throughout qualifying. See if he's made the necessary adjustments. I see class sponsor and number one qualifier, Paul Gast, in street clothes. He will forego his competition break. Unfortunate break. The Harvey family unable to make the call first round. So Paul Gast, your number one qualifier, will forego his competition break, automatically advance to round number 2, but automatically lose lane choice in the process. Maddox and Lemons. This has played out across the dirty South for decades. Tyrone Lemons, TBM brakes lane, and JP Maddox over here, pit side in the Summit Racing lane. Moving them in. Both riders away clean. Maddox stepping it up to a 4:16. Lemons also improves to a 4:24, but gets the short end of that. JP Maddox, 4:16, 165, advances off of a 1:01 short time. Outstanding pass for JP Maddox. Moving on to round number 2. Terry Wynn next up, right side, and Gerald Smith with Black Ops in the left lane. Terry on through there, 4:33, 164. Smitty unable to make the call. Unfortunate luck for Smitty and Black Ops. He qualified 7th with a 4:38 at 156. Terry off his qualifying pace, unlike the last pair. Terry backing up to a 4:33 at only 164 off of his number 4 qualifying effort of a 4:18. In the puddle, we got the swan song of Connell Smith and the world's quickest Kawasaki. This will be his last event. Connell Smith hanging his cleats up after this event with the world's quickest Kawasaki, so let's see if he can go out with a W. He's got a formidable opponent in the right lane, your number 2 qualifier, Braden Davis. Braden qualified second with a 4:06. Connell came in the 8th spot at a 4:83. Connell Smith, the last ride here this weekend at the Fuel Tech World Finals on the world's quickest Kawasaki. Braden Davis and Connell Smith. The winner here will have a legal bye run next round. Connell packing that wheel. Has to get off the throttle. He gets out of the center of the lane. Braden Davis marching on. He went 007 on the tree. 414, 167 off of a 1 flat 60 foot. That South Georgia Motorsports Park surface is working. Davis will take a bye run, a legal bye run next round to advance into the semifinals. And his opponent in that semifinal round will be Jeff House. Jeff opting to take his first round legal bye here. He's looking for lane choice. He wants to best what Braden just did to garner lane choice. Jeff House moving it in. Oh, House with a steamer. 402, 174. House has got lane choice over Davis in the semifinals. Outstanding pass. Another 101 short time. 264 to the 330. 402, 174. One of Jeff House's best laps. It'll be a House versus Davis semifinal with House having lane choice, and a Win versus Gast semifinal. Excuse me. Braden Davis carries that bye next round. Bill Vose, you're on a 60-second clock. Bill Vose, a 60-second clock if you're going to make this first round of Robinson Industries Pro Open. Your competition is in the puddle. And he's broken, so we can send him. Bill Vose with that monster pass last night, but we heard it at the 3:30 clock. It was eating itself up. Unfortunately, going to be unable to make the call of eliminations, and that's going to be a competition break here for Jeff Hill. Jeff Hill wants to make a pass. Tommy Saxon has opted to forego his competition break. Rob Giard not making the call, so Tommy, it'll make a Tommy Saxon Jeffrey Hill final round, and Jeffrey Hill will have lane choice. Jeff Hill moving in. He qualified with a 417. Picks the front wheel right up. 416, he improves. Jeff Hill, 416, 165 off a 103 short time. Jeff Hill going to have lane choice in the upcoming final versus Tommy Saxon.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Coming at you. All right, here we go. Good drag race right here. Aaron Sherrill, left side. Chad Otts, right side. Otts, 462, taking the measure. Sherrill, 461. Well, that was a close drag race. 006, the margin. Both riders having good lights. Chad Otts obviously slightly better and moves on into E2. I need Ultra Sportsman to the rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane number 4 for pairings. Next up, Les Stymick, right side, Flushing, Michigan. Lowry Callahan, Kawasaki rider out of Scranton, South Carolina. He'll be in the TBM brakes lane. Great drag race. Win in the Summit lane again. 463 for Stymick, besting Lowry's 465. Couple of outstanding reaction times. Ultra Sportsman, round 2 to the rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. Brandon Elliott from Louisville, Kentucky, right side. He was your number 4 qualifier. He's taking on Nick Noble out of Zachary, Louisiana, in the left lane. The Noble family and their 460 entry piloted by Nicholas. He's got his dad, Tiny Noble, looking over him. Tiny, a former Super Comp and or Top Gas champion in his own right. Good drag race. And that one is won by Elliott. 465 taking the measure. Nick Noble had a decided reaction time advantage, just could not get to that 460 number and seal the deal. But a great outing. Good to see the Noble family back out here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. All right, we've got Josie Brooks next up, right side. Arkona, Ontario, Canada. She's running all motor. No power at her for Josie. She's up against Lewis Brune Jr. from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, towing in from out west. Lewis qualified 9th with a 461. Josie 20th with a 466. And it is Lewis Brune. Reaction time advantage and closer to the number. He got the job done. Oh, the hits just keep coming. Poor D-Mac Horta. He's been taco-fied. Woo! Mike Lingo next up in the Summit Racing lane, and he's up against Ronnie Procopio. You've already heard it here. Ronnie's here to win the money. Good drag race, and it is Procopio, 460 with a 9. Identical reaction times, both riders with 028 off the line. Lingo's 462 flat. That was a great drag race start to finish. And give it to Procopio. He's got one round in the books on that throwdown that he put out there about winning it all. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, right side. Curtis Winston III, there he is. St. Louis's favorite son. Wow, the throwdowns keep coming. Just had a rider present in the tower. Said he's going to win Street ET. Hubbard right. Winston left. Woo! What a race. And it is Harvey Hubbard. Harvey Hubbard with a 006 off the line and a 461.6 takes the W. Curtis Winston. He was 035 on the tree, but he was second. He went 459.9, but didn't get there first. Reaction time, the difference. Hubbard moving on to round 2. Mantez Thompson Sr. left side. Sean Rainey left side from Connecticut. Decatur, Alabama representing in the right lane. Woo-hoo-hoo, cutting it close. 460 with an 8 at 141. Both riders with reaction times identical. Both riders, identical reaction times. Rainey, unfortunately, off pace at 5:17, but Mantez was inches away from giving that one away. He didn't, and he moves on to round 2. Next up, we got Big Mike Murphy coming down from Lewisburg, Tennessee. He's looking to win one for the big boys over there. Deshaun Wheeler from Louisville, Kentucky. In the Summit lane, Deshaun qualified 6th with a 461 flat. Mike, number 23, with a 474. Murphy with trouble. Wheeler also struggling a bit to keep it in his lane, but Wheeler does advance. Mike Murphy, trouble off the line, very wisely aborts the run, knows he can come back another day to race. It's way, way, way better than knocking cones over or worse. So we're going to be down for a minute. Make sure we can extract the rider in the left lane off of the racing surface. And Pro Street, you'll be up next behind 460. And then Grudge. And then Real Street. Following it up with the Superstock Exhibition. I do need my Ultra Sportsman riders to the rear of lane number 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. That'll be round 2 for Ultra Sportsman.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Procopio and Caudle. Hull in the mail. Procopio breaking it out. Caudle to the good. 461, your winner. Procopio with the reaction time advantage. He went too quick. He went 458, breaking it out, advancing. Garnell Caudle to round number 2. Rock Sanders, right side, Columbus, Mississippi. Brian Smith, the man with the golden voice on barbed wire. Left side. Whoo, that's a drag race right there. Yes, sir. Give that to Brian Smith. Wow, what a drag race. Smith, 014 on the tree, goes 462, taking a W. Rock was on the tree, but his 024 was second out of the gate. He goes 456 in a breakout effort. Brian Smith moving on to round number 2 on barbed wire. Mac McAdams, who saw his number 1 qualifying bid go out the window in the last session. He wound up 3rd with a 460 with a 6. He's up against John Krakalici, the captain, Clearwater, Florida's finest. There they go. Goes red. McAdams goes 017 red. Red lights start in the right lane. Krakalici advancing to round 2 with a 477 at 148. McAdams 462 at 153, gone with a red light start. It was a big upset right there in the first round of eliminations. I doubt the $2 window saw that one coming. Oh, speaking of the $2 window, there they are. The greatness that is. Rashad Jones next up in the Summit Racing Lane in. Rick Perry, Clearwater, Florida as well. Left side on the Peterson Automotive Kawasaki. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this one. Identical reaction times. Identical. Rashad, 461, 148. Taking the W. Perry making his best pass of the weekend, 467 at 148. He stepped up from his qualifying position, but he did not have enough for Rashad Jones. Good effort there. Both riders with 048 reaction times. Pete Hubbard here getting a competition break. Terrell Jackson from Quincy, Florida, unable to make the call. Pete Hubbard, Olive Branch, Mississippi. Pete will advance into the second round here. Makes a nice move off the starting line, and he nails a 471. He was the number 2 qualifier with a 460 with a 5. You'll want to improve on that as he moves into round 2. And your number 1 qualifier with the legal bye. No, excuse me. There was no legal bye in this field. Tyrone Lemons, your number 1 qualifier. He was scheduled to face the legend, Cootie Thomas. Cootie unable to make that first round call last night or even today here when given an overnight, so the damage must have been extensive. But Cootie Thomas back in the saddle, racing together with Ron Love again. It's like the old days. Tyrone belted out a 460 with a 5. Let's see what he's got. .453, 150. Too quick, but he advances. He moves on. Tyrone Lemons, your number one qualifier, moving into round 2. Okay, we're going to go into a little bit of racetrack preparation, repair, and maintenance before we move it into Pro Street. We'll have Pro Street next, and then a grudge hit, Real Street, and then a Superstock exhibition before we kick it back to Ultra Sportsman riders to the rear lane 4 for pairings. It'll be Ultra Sportsman. And then MTC Engineering Super Comp. And then Hard Times Parts and Service Top Gas. That'll be your next 3 classes on the racetrack after we finish the pro round.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, now we got some Kawasaki action here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. And we're here with Tom Motes, who's going to tell us about this amazing set of ZRX Kawasaki's here. Now, Tom, what years were these machines produced?
This Kawasaki here, this is the first year, it's 1999. Kawasaki brought the ZRX to the United States in 99. They ran from 99 to 2005. This bike is a 1999. This is actually an import bike to Canada, and I ended up getting it. It's got Canada import stickers on it, kilometers per hour, so it's a little bit different. It's pretty much stock. Got a little aftermarket slip-on it, a little upgraded brake lines, but other than that, it's a virtually stock motorcycle. We move over to this bike. This bike started life as a 2000 ZRX 1100. It was a salvage bike. We turned it into a drag bike. We got 1109 big bore kit in it, stretch swing arm. The internals are pretty close to stock except for the size of the bore. Gotcha. It's got a little upgraded cam, but other than that, it's pretty easy to maintain. It's not a super high horsepower bike, but it's a very consistent bike. And then we move over to this bike. This is a 2001.
Now I notice this one's marked as a 1200. Is that when they moved to the 1200cc engine size?
Exactly. And
Very important part of drag racing in today's times is, of course, track prep. Track prep has really made the difference in modern drag racing with modern tire compounds and the absolute amazing amount of power we're able to put down today. And what you're viewing here right now are the various tractors and machines required to make this happen. And it's really a fascinating process. Coming by us right now are the two tractors that they use. This one here is called the Rotator. And you'll notice, 4 drag slicks on that one, literally going backwards against the track, followed by the dragging machine. And this is what gives us this pool table smooth, absolutely sticky surface that today's machines are so dependent upon. Now, you go back in time, like where I came from, we didn't have this kind of track prep, so our primary advantage back then was enormous grandstand burnouts. That's all we had. Track prep was little to non-existent back in the day. And so big burnouts, just boiling the tire compounds of that era was how we got them down the track. There was no other way. But modern technology has a way of creeping into everything. So as you look at what's going on out there, the machines will make multiple passes as they continue to burn in the traction compound that was applied before this. Now, it's an enormously intensive process, and it does interrupt our racing to some degree, but it's an absolute must by modern standards. And as a result, not only are we able to put down a lot more power, but we're able to put down a lot more power consistently. And that leads not only to many more completed passes without any drama with wheel spin, it's also an enormous addition to safety. Safety is key. These machines make more power today than they ever have. They'll make more power tomorrow. They'll make more power next year. There's always more power being made. That is the natural evolution of drag racing. Drag racing is about making as much power as you can and getting as much of it to the track as you can. So just one more little tech tip for you here at the World Finals. This is brought to you by Fuel Tech. You're watching Man Cup Television. Now, of course, we were just talking about track prep, and we're about to look at some of the motorcycles that have absolutely rewritten the book as far as what track prep and tire technology mean. And that's none other than the Pro Street class. These machines right here are in many ways the most amazing ones you'll find at a national drag race of this note. Okay, Pro Street machines make in the neighborhood of 700 horsepower and put all that power down in mid to high 6-second passes at well over 200 miles per hour through a relatively small single street tire. Now, this is a very specialized street tire, obviously. It's not going to be just something you find on your average bike off the showroom floor, but these tires are specifically designed to handle these types of power ratings and get them safely down to the track every time. Okay, one of the popular ones, of course, is the Dunlop Drag Max, and this is the difference It will propel this machine down the track from 0 to 230, as much as 240 miles per hour in the low 6-second range. And these are numbers and behaviors that were just unthinkable 10 or 15 years ago. But it keeps on improving. These pro street bikes are state of the art. They've literally got all the toys. They've got traction control, boost control, power management. And these guys and gals who ride these are heroes. So we're going to show them to you here in a minute. This is Pro Street coming at you at the Man Cup World Finals.
Real street riders, and then the Super Stock exhibition. But round 2 action, excellent. Looks like we've got Ultra Sportsmen locked and loaded in lane number 4. Great job, riders. Super Comp riders, round 2 to the back of lane 5 for pairings. Super Comp to the rear of lane 5 for pairings, please. MTC Engineering Super Comp to the rear of lane 5 for pairings. The MTC Engineering display is alive and kicking over there. Eric is getting a bunch of customers tuned up for the upcoming 2025 season. Check out the MTC pistons, MTC clutches, and their full array of race products over there at the MTC Engineering display right next to the Man Cup Tech Tent. All right, this is Mark Godin from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. First out in the Summit Racing lane, and Robert Bond II, left lane. Kawasaki ZX14 over there in the TBM brakes lane. Traditional Hayabusa powered entry in the right side. Mark was your number 1 qualifier through the first 2 sessions, and Rudy stole it in the final session. 679, his number 2 qualifying effort at better than 216 mile per hour. Both riders away clean, but Godin legging it down through there. 677, but he turned it red. The light turned red. He went 005 red. The win to Robert Bond II. Red lit by 5 thou. 677 at 217. Robert Bond advances with an 819 at 118. Final call for Grudge to the lane for your hit. This is a final call. If you're not there, we're moving on through without you, and we will move into Real Street. We're not able to wait. We need to get through the elimination process, take advantage of this glorious weather that we have, and crown the champions. And then everybody else gets to go home and start their off season. Patrick Borg, all the way from Sweden, on his Pro Street Hayabusa. He's got the unfortunate task of taking on number 1 qualifier Rudy Sanzatera. Rudy belted out a 669 at 217 plus in the final session to grab the pole. Patrick went 745 at 187 to qualify. Patrick Borg, his wife Helena with him, and his son Fabian. The team from Sweden, can they do it? Green lights a pair. Wheel up for Patrick Borg. .703, 199 for Rudy in a winning effort. A lot of smoke out of the Swedish entry. Unfortunate from the half track point on. obvious. We will be down for a track inspection, see if there is any parts, pieces, or fluid on the racetrack. But at this point, Patrick Borg, a 766 at 136 in a losing effort. Rudy had really started to make a move at the 330. But they were within a tenth at the 8th mile. Actually, Rudy was off the throttle in the 8th mile. Very interesting. Race was a little closer than it looked, but unfortunately the engine expiring on Borg, and that's going to end his day.
All right, now we got some Kawasaki action here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. And we're here with Tom Motes, who's going to tell us about this amazing set of ZRX Kawasaki's here. Now, Tom, what years were these machines produced?
This Kawasaki here, this is the first year. It's a 1999. Kawasaki brought the ZRX to the United States in 99. They ran from 99 to 2005. This bike is a 1999. This is actually an import bike to Canada, and I ended up getting it. It's got import Canada, import stickers on it, kilometers per hour, so it's a little bit different. It's pretty much stock. Got a little aftermarket slip-on it, a little upgraded brake lines, but other than that, it's a virtually stock motorcycle. We move over to this bike. This bike started life as a 2000 ZRX 1100. It was a salvage bike. We turned it into a drag bike. We got 1109 big bore kit in it, stretch swing arm. The internals are pretty close to stock except for the size of the bore.
Gotcha.
It's got a little upgraded cam, but other than that, it's pretty easy to maintain. It's not a super high horsepower bike, but it's a very consistent bike. And then we move over to this bike. This is a 2001.
Now, I notice this one's marked as a 1200. Is that when they moved to the 1200cc engine size?
Exactly. And from 2000 to 2001, they bumped it up to 1200. They rebadged it as a 1200R series because in Europe they have a 1200S, and it has a whole different fairing set up on the front. This bike, again, the internals from top to bottom on this engine is bone stock. If you notice, I still run a factory airbox.
I see that.
Right? We stretched it, put a swing arm on it. We've lowered it in the front end, put clip-on handlebars on it, the same as we did with this one. Put the clip-on handlebars on it, just give me a lower rider profile in the wind. I put some auxiliary foot pegs on the back, just for my comfort. I got a big belly, so it's hard to get my legs up onto the pegs.
Well, it takes a big bike, right?
Yeah, it does. But it's consistent, and we run them mostly stock to keep that consistency in the bracket series, and it keeps the money down for us. This bike here,
Top of the food chain here, right? This is the latest one?
This is the last year that Kawasaki brought the ZRX to the United States. It's a 2005. It's a Survivor. This bike runs just like it was brand new. It's got over 50,000 miles on it, and if you take it down the track or around the backwoods, wherever you want to ride it, it's well-mannered, a lot of power. It's a wheelie machine, so you got to be careful with the Johnny Law out there.
Now, I notice this one has a unique swing arm on it, too. Is that an OEM swing arm?
Well, that is. This swing arm, from the 2001 to 2005, they went with a tubular swing arm. If you go back and look at the 99, it's a round tube, where this is a conical tube, I guess you'd say. It's more of a box tube.
Yeah, I see the difference, yeah.
Right. But aesthetically, the bikes look exactly the same. But internally, they're different. The chassis are different between the 2000, 99 and 2000, 2001 and up. The steering head's different, the swing arm's different, motor's a little bit different. All the body work's interchangeable except for the gas tanks.
I really wasn't aware there was that much diversity in the ZRX line in the mere 6 years that it was provided to the U.S. market. And in so many ways, this is the inheritor of the crown that the mighty Kawasaki Z1 built. And of course, after this, Kawasaki would, primarily stick with sport bikes, fully faired bikes, You know, we got into perimeter chassis, all the modern stuff, but this bike was a throwback in its day. It's an even more fascinating throwback today. And Tom, I thank you for taking some time to talk to us about the ZRXs. And anybody you want to give a shout out to at home?
I just want to thank my wife, Karen, for letting us be out here doing what we love.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, everybody else. Just another example of the amazing diversity you'll only see Man Cup drag racing.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
All right, so now while we do a little cleanup on the racetrack, I'm here with the man of the weekend. He's such a humble fella, so I'm going to, blow a little smoke up his skirt. But this is GT Tonglet, and of course we saw him earlier this weekend make his virgin laps on the Chris Hand, Sharon Hand Redneck Express top fuel bike, which GT has shown a great interest in riding in the future. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing here in your multitasking this weekend.
Yeah, riding a top fuel bike and then riding the real street bike's completely different. So I got an all motor combination. I got to run Bud Harrod first round. He's a nitrous combo, a little bit shorter wheelbase. Try to make parity that way. But the all motors kind of at a disadvantage right now. We're a little heavy on the heavy side this weekend, but we're pushing it to the edge. So we're going for everything first round here.
And so for those of you that might not be that familiar, this is one of the unique bikes here that runs in one of these outrageously quick classes, but has no power adder whatsoever. No nitrous, no turbo, no supercharger. It's just air and fuel, what the Earth puts out there for us to run. So tell us a little bit about the combination to the extent that you're able without giving away any trade secrets.
No, it's a Vance & Hines engine. We do a lot of the assembly ourselves back home. One of our guys at Psychodynamics assembled it for us. Track Dynamics swing arm. We've been a Track Dynamics team for 25 years, as far back as I can remember.
Good old Dave Earl.
Dave Earl, yeah. He comes through in a pinch for me. It's just really a run-of-the-mill. What's cool about this class is you can buy all these aftermarket parts and bolt them on and go racing. So it's more of a budget class than Pro Street, and it's fun. The all motor, we come back, we're running on gasoline. We're not even running alcohol. It's legal, but the gasoline, I'm kind of lazy. I can leave the gas in there for 6 months, come out, and it'll fire up. So all we do is come back, we pour gas in it, charge the battery, download it, and then come back up and run again.
Now, when you say gasoline, it's not gasoline, is it? It's actually truly gasoline. What type? Do you know what type of additives are used?
No additives. It's run-of-the-mill C45. I know a lot of people are mixing the fuel. We're way under the specific gravity. Again, I'm too lazy to sit there and mix it with a hydrometer. Haven't quite mastered that part yet. I don't want to blow everything up, so we're just straight opened a new can, poured it in, and we went racing.
Well, that's a great way to go, too. And are you able to tell me how big the engine is?
Yeah, it's a 9mm crank, 84 bore. I think that's in the 1600 range. Nothing spectacular. Walter Stroud helps me at ECS Tuning, and it's just a fun combo that we don't work on too much. That was the goal of the bike, because we have a turbo at home, and all it does is brake.
Well, as a lifelong forced induction maniac myself, I, in my later years, have come to really appreciate the simplicity of normally aspirated combinations. And by simple, I don't mean that they're basic or not powerful, but straightforward. There's so much less hardware and software and just stuff to chase. I mean, there's a lot to be said. Plus, the power curve is linear and repeatable and consistent. With boost or even with nitrous, so much can change so quickly, and if you spend half the weekend just chasing those things, you're losing half the weekend that you could be putting down solid, moving forward passes, improving your combination instead of chasing gremlins throughout your machine.
And that's why we went with the all-motor combo. We run a Gen 2 style clutch, just like Pro Stock. It's all motor like pro stock. It was a very easy transition from my father and I.
Great familiarity.
Yeah, to come out and run. We know our expectations about what we should run, you know, and then if we step on it, it should run a little bit better is how we feel, and we're just more comfortable with this combo.
Well, I can certainly relate. Like I say, I'm a boost man, but I really see the beauty of what you're doing here. And what's your best performance on it to date?
We went 777 in testing. We went a 78 last night in a little bit of a headwind, which for us, the headwind kills us. But we made a good lap, and I need to thank Ken at AirTech. You know, right before he closed the doors, I was very sad to see that. We've been
of course
AirTech people, and Ken. I got the last Hayabusa airbox from Ken.
Wow.
And this is our first trip with it, so thank you, Ken, if you're watching. It stepped us up. We picked up a mile an hour or two with his airbox, so thank you.
And of course, he's talking about Kent Riches of AirTech, a guy who has supported this two-wheeled motorsport for decades.
Forever.
Forever. And I mean, drag race, road race, land speed record. Everywhere AirTech has been, so he's had such an impact on our sport. So, well, thanks for spending more time with me here this weekend, and good luck. So you think we're looking at a 760 this time? Is that what we're looking for?
We've tried to run a 760 every run, so I feel better. We got less of a headwind this morning, so if it can happen, it can happen now. Like I said, we stepped on it with a little bit more timing. Took a little fuel out, try to see if we could lean it on down there and maybe picked up a few mile an hour and try to at least go like a 72, 73 right now. I'll be happy. So.
Well, there you go. There's the prediction, and it comes from a guy who ought to know what it's going to do next. That's GT Tonglet, and thanks again for coming out this weekend. Really appreciate having you here at the Man Cup. Fuel Tech World Finals. We're going to bring you a lot more action here soon. Don't go away. Now we're here with Sean Henson, who, as I understand, is part of a bit of a dynasty here in the sport. Certainly involved with people that I'm very familiar with, and it all goes back to the big old Pro Street days, which continue. So, Sean, tell us a little bit about your history in this sport and what got you here today.
Yeah, well, obviously it starts with my dad. You know, my dad, Barry Henson, raced Pro Street for many years.
Velocity racing.
Velocity racing. Won multiple championships doing that, and we kind of took a little leave from the sport there for about 7 or 8 years, and I always had an interest in it, so I came back to the sport. Pro Street there's a lot of changes going on. There's a lot of things kind of still up in the air at the moment. With different packages and stuff like that. So we decided for the moment, while I was learning and wanted to kind of get back in the sport and learn these turbos, that a grudge bike was a little bit better of an option for us. So obviously, as you can see here, we built what we call a boosted Bulls turbo grudge bike. So it's got a 70 millimeter turbo, big crank motor. It's 74 inches long on a slider. It runs on methanol. And what we're looking to do is come out and compete at the boosted Bulls or in grudge categories, turbo grudge categories, and try to go really fast.
Well, that's a great plan. And, of course, since it's a grudge bike, we're not really in a position to talk about its performance, and that's okay. That's the way that goes. But would this bike ultimately be convertible into a Pro Street bike should you decide to make that change in the future?
So what I told myself was Frankie Stotts right now has, in my opinion, the fastest boosted Bulls bike on the planet. If they decide that they're going to take that bike and go Pro Street racing, then I said, I've already got the chassis. I've got everything that there is to do it. I'll turn this thing into a Pro Street bike that next week. So we're chasing what we feel like is the fastest motorcycle on the planet right now, and that's what we're going after. So if that changes and that decides that they're going Pro Street racing, well, then I think we're going to follow suit.
And, of course, part of what I just about called you Barry. Barry's his dad. Part of what Sean's chasing after is, of course, that amazing performance from the Moore Mafia a couple years ago, where they showed us things that we just never really thought possible on a small tire, no bar bike. But the technology has come so far and has done so much. And really, I love your plan because we're better to develop something like this, but grudge, where you don't have to show your hand. You can go as quick as you want. You're not constrained by rules. You can learn the riding technique. You can learn the technology. And that way, when you do decide to transfer into a more specified, a more defined combination like Pro Street, you're not just hitting the ground dead cold. It's a good plan.
That was my thoughts. Obviously being away from the sport for 7 years, the technology has advanced at an amazing rate. You remember when we started, turbo bikes had a hand clutch in them, and we were bleeding the hydraulic fluid through the clutch, and that was our version of a lockup.
Right.
Now we've got centrifugal lockup clutches, with air pucks on them, and it's just a whole different ball game. So we are just happy to be here. We've made 3 passes on the bike so far. We've had tons of amazing help from people like Steve Nichols and Dan Wagner and Johnny Turbo at Exoticycle. All of those guys, man, have really helped us with this program and helped us get this bike down the track. For its 3rd pass, for it to go as fast as it's going is actually unbelievable. I wish we could tell you guys the times, but we can't.
And that's grudge racing for you. But that's all right, because we can still watch and understand. And let me just say, it's a beautiful piece. Everything looks top-notch, perfectly wonderful. Got a quick question for you. What are the sensors on the tank right there, the one sensor I see?
So this is our fuel pressure sensor.
Okay.
This is our fuel pressure regulator.
Built right into the tank.
This is our fuel tank. So it makes for a really simple 2-line system.
Nice.
One line in.
Thanks for sharing that with us, Sean. And we'll be keeping an eye on you here this weekend. Good luck in the grudge category, and good luck in whatever else you choose to do with this machine in the future.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for spending time with us. Just more technology you're going to find at the Man Cup World Finals here this weekend. If you're not here, that's okay. I'm here, we're all here, and we're going to keep this live feed flowing.
Annabelle Merced, his legal bye run. Not what he was looking for. See if that was just a one-time anomaly for Annabelle or what that'll carry on. And we're into the Super Sport exhibition. This will be elimination style. Super Comp, round 2 riders. If you're not already paired in the back of 5, you're late. Super Comp, rear of 5 for pairings. All right. I need Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas. Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas to the rear of 6 for round 2 pairings. Rear of 6 for round 2 pairings. .934, 157 there in the right lane from bike number 28. He had qualified with a 917 at 155. Very finicky to get the short wheelbase super stock type bikes off the line clean. That appears to be it for that. Going to go into a match race series of grudge bikes. No time grudge bikes coming to the puddle. We'll follow that up with J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman, MTC Engineering Super Comp, and Hard Times Parts and Service Top Gas. And then elimination round number 1 after Top Gas for the standouts of Super Eliminator. That's your short-term run order here at the Sunday Final Eliminations Day, South Georgia Motorsports Park on a beautiful Georgia afternoon. Chamber of Commerce weather here for the Fuel Tech World Finals. Could not ask for a better day. Super Comp, once you guys are paired, please push them up to the front of the line as a pair. Keep them stacked and racked as pairs, but once you've got your partner, you can move up to the front of the line. Any Super Comp riders that would be remaining in Top Gas, it would be wise for you to run at the front of the Super Comp pairings. Same thing if it's Ultra Sportsman related to Super Comp. If you're in both, please make sure you're one of the first few pair out in the first category to help yourself out. Okay, here we go. But a grudge action right here. Little no-time action, and it's got some money on it. There's no clocks, no slips, just a wind light. And you get a wind light, you're moving on. You don't, you're done. All right, we're going to move into Ultra Sportsman. J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. Round 2 eliminations is next up. MTC Engineering Super Comp, you're on deck out of lane 5, and Hard Times Parts and Service will follow that out of lane 6, Top Gas. And then the stars of Super Eliminator will come to you from lane 7. Michael Smith and bike number 719, you're late to Super Comp Lane, and we will run without you. Green lights a pair. Give it to Christmas, 53. Markham did what he could to get there, but his reaction time difference, he couldn't make it up. He goes 9:48 breaking out and got there second. Nick Christmas. Woo! Heck of a pass right there in the Summit Racing lane. Nick Christmas advancing to round 3. Landon Noble next up in the Summit lane, and Lindbergh Simmons in the TBM Brakes side of the track. Green lights a pair again. Finish line will tell us. Simmons, 9:51. Taking the victory. Very close race. 2000s breakout. 2,000 by Landon Noble. He did have the room to go good, but just a close race. Tough loss there for Landon Noble. Brad Rudisiel left side and Malik Purnell right side. Both riders out of there. And it is Brad Rude Seal advancing into the next round. Wade Smith and Dave Young. Who's going to take the stripe? And it is Dave Young advancing his 954, besting the 952 by Smith. And once again, we don't have to tell you what caused that one. Late on the tree, and you wind up paying for it. It'll get you every time. Duffy Freeman, Conyers, Georgia, left side, and Stanley Russell, right side. All green lights so far in Ultra Sportsman, and it is Big Stan pounding out a win. 950 with a 7. They were very close together on the tree. Great drag race. Duffy Freeman went 946. Got there first, but went too quick in doing so. Standing drag race. MTC Engineering Super Comp, lane number 5. You'll be next up. Warren Eldred left side, and Tom Lagasse in the Summit Racing lane once again. Here we go. Give it to Lagasse. Mantez Thompson Jr. Legal buy run or competition break here, 956. Good pass. And there we go. That is round 2 of J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman in the books. I've got MTC Engineering Super Comp up next out of lane number 5, and we're pairing Hard Times Parts and Service Top Gassers. Need you to the rear of 7 for pairings, please. Rear of 6 for pairings. Super Eliminator riders, you will be up after that.
All right, now we got some Kawasaki action here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. And we're here with Tom Motes, who's going to tell us about this amazing set of ZRX Kawasaki's here. Now, Tom, what years were these machines produced?
This Kawasaki here, this is the first year. It's a 1999. Kawasaki brought the ZRX to the United States in 99. They ran from 99 to 2005. This bike is a 1999. This is actually an import bike to Canada, and I ended up getting it. It's got import Canada, import stickers on it, kilometers per hour, so it's a little bit different. It's pretty much stock. Got a little aftermarket slip-on on it, a little upgraded brake lines, but other than that, it's a virtually stock motorcycle. We move over to this bike. This bike started life as a 2000 ZRX 1100. It was a salvage bike. We turned it into a drag bike. We got 1109 big bore kit in it, stretch swing arm. The internals are pretty close to stock except for the size of the bore.
Gotcha.
It's got a little upgraded cam, but other than that, it's pretty easy to maintain. It's not a super high horsepower bike, but it's a very consistent bike.
Very unfortunate break for Bob Mann. Something awry, and he knew it, so he's not going to chance it. Scotty DeLong out of Citra, Florida, will get a competition break single here in the second round of eliminations. DeLong is away and going. And the young lady up on top of Suite A, yes, you. Please remove yourself from that area. That is an unsafe situation. Gary Russell and Sonny Bellion. Great trees by both riders, and it is Bellion's 891 besting Russell's 890. Russell was 029 on the tree, and he was second. Some great action here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Top Gas Riders, we got to have you paired in lane 6 for elimination round number 2. Top Gas Riders. Lane 6 for pairings. Super Eliminator, lane 7, pair them up. Jim Smart, Cartersville, Georgia, against Joe Clemmy from Iowa. Smart, 901 taking the W. Clemmy breaking out by a bunch, not much, 888, but it took a lot of stripe there. He's going to be probably upset as a rider there. Jim Smart moving on to the next round. Clemmy, his day's over in Super Comp. There's Michael Smith. Michael Smith, right lane, away clean. Eric Connor, your number 1 qualifier, and it is Smith. 889s each breaking out. Smith's was 1 thou under, 889 with a 9. Besting the 889 with a 4 by Connor. Reaction time advantage to Smith, and your number 1 qualifier is out of here. Randy Smith now in the TBM brakes lane. He just watched his son move on. He's coming up against Kevin Peterson from Clearwater, Florida. both riders on Suzukis. Randy with trouble in the left lane. Peterson, 8.99 for the dub. Randy Smith held the reaction time advantage, but something went awry on his machine, and his day is over in Super Comp. V20T riders, bring them to lane number 3. There will be a chip draw for pairs. V20T to lane number 3, please. V-Twin ET, lane 3. Top gas again. Final call for Hard Times Parts and Service. Top Gas to report to lane number 6. Super Eliminator, lane 7. Dalton Markham, right side. Dwayne Leachman, left lane. Double breakout, give it to Markham, 8.85, besting the 8.82 by Leachman. Big Rodney Gant throws down 8.90s like they're going out of style. Rodney's from Augusta, Georgia on his Kawasaki. He's going to face off against Aramil Garcia Fuentes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Win for Fuentes. Reaction time advantage to Gant, but he took too much stripe. His 8.87 went under, and he's out of here. 8.93 moving on for Fuentes. Leo Pena, St. Cloud, Florida on his Hayabusa in the TBM brakes lane this time. And Ricardo Marte, the pride of Catalina, Puerto Rico. Give it to Pena, 892. And getting there first, Marte, 887. And I don't need to tell you what won that race. Dave Young. He's in the left lane, and William Charlton, right lane. Dave Young taking a dub, 897, best in the 893 by Charlton. Reaction time spells the difference. Larry Slim Bradley. Slim coming up from Deltona, Florida. And we got Ryland Rowe sliding down from Kentucky. The Rowe brothers have been on a tear. Their ZX14 powered machines have been tearing it up. Slim's going to have something to say about it, though. It is Rowe on a double breakout. Rylan Rowe gets the W with an 889. Bradley too quick at 885. Bradley with the reaction time advantage, but could not parlay that into the W. Rowe advances to the next round. Wes Brown, left side, Crossville, Tennessee. Sponsored by Cyclerama. Braden Davis, right side, Douglas, Georgia on a Kawasaki. It is Wes Brown, 894 at 130, taking the win. Davis with something going awry at the very top end, slowed to a 914 at only 117. Davis had a reaction time advantage. Both riders were outstanding on the tree, but Davis did hold the advantage, but couldn't finish the deal at the finish line. So his day is over here in Super Comp. Wade Smith, left side, and CJ Mims. Dudley, Georgia, and Dublin, Georgia. These guys know each other. And it is Wade taking the dub. Very close race. 892 to an 893. Wade Smith moving on. CJ Mims, his day is over in Super Comp. And that's it in Super Comp. Super Eliminator should be paired and ready to go in lane number 7. Top Gas, you're next on the racetrack. And I need my V-Twin ET riders to lane 3 for chip draw. V-Twin to lane 3 for chip draw. Lane 1 is open now for Street ET. Street ET, lane 1, random pairs. Street ET, lane number 1, random pairings.
So we love V-Twins at Man Cup here at the Fuel Tech World Finals. We've got one of the more interesting recent developments in V-Twins. All the rage are baggers. You see them on the drag strip, you see them on the road course, and we're here today with Ken Fiesler with his amazing traditionally orange and black Harley-Davidson bagger. And Ken, what is the class you run this in?
I run V-Twin Harley right now.
So V-Twin ET.
And Street ET.
And Street ET, great. And tell us a little bit about it. What kind of power does it make? How big is it?
Right now, it's kind of small motor. I'm starting out small. Right now, it's a 107. Makes 121 horsepower. It pulls real good. So we're just going with that, doing little baby steps before I get the big monster motor coming out.
Ah, so you got big plans for the future. Gotcha. So beautiful piece. I love the detail work on this from front to rear. You know, one of the nice things about drag racing bikes is, like, as opposed to road race bikes, which tend to take a tumble now and again, drag bikes can be highly detailed. And have you built this bike from the ground up, basically?
I'm the second owner on it, and I had this for 17 years. It was my street bike. Got married on it, and now I converted it to the race bike.
That's so cool. So what model here is it, and what model?
It's a Road Glide 06. I got it down in weight pretty good. I'm around about 680 pounds from 920. So.
Hey, that's actually amazing, because Harleys ain't light by any means. And so what kind of a dial in do you typically hit with this machine?
Right now, I'm probably going to shoot for 12.0. I've been bouncing around in the low 11s, so I'm about real close to it right there. Usually I start out at 12 and I'll start working my way down now as the next run because I start, everybody's going to start breaking out.
Yeah, I feel you. And, one of the amazing things about bracket racing, ET racing, is that, at first glance, people may not realize just what an advantage a slower bike can be. Gets to leave first. Much faster bike has to sit there and wait for it to get way down track. Often we see a lot of instances where the second bike to leave will red light because they get so anxious about seeing that other bike so far down track before they get to leave. But never count them out. I have seen a lot of the bikes that we wouldn't necessarily consider to be performance monsters really go rounds in Street ET. And I'm hoping you will today too, Ken. And good luck to you. And so you've done some winning with this in the past, right?
Yes, sir. I was here last year and won the World's Final Man Cup in the V-Twin.
Well, let's hope you can repeat.
Yeah, they're going to put the pressure on me now.
Oh, yeah. So anybody you'd like to say hi to at home? Any sponsor shout-outs? Anybody at all?
We'll say hey to the Cycle World there from St. Petersburg, from Ken and his shop. Helped me do some of this work.
Outstanding.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you, Ken. So this is a beautiful example, just sumptuous. You could eat off of this thing anywhere. I really appreciate your attention to detail. Thank you for spending some time with us today. And we're here at the Fuel Tech World Finals.
Hard Times, Parts and Service, Top Gas, rolling through round 2 right now. Just saw Jesse Baker take a close one from Mike Neroff. Seth Buscieri next up. He's up against Kurt Clark in the TBM brakes lane. Seth with big mile-an-hour turbo Busa is going to watch that Kawasaki be a rabbit out there for a long way. And that rabbit broke out by a bunch. And Redlit. Seth with the W, 822, 173. 799 in a losing effort for Kurt. Red light spelled defeat at the start line, then he aired it out. Mark Chaffee, Jupiter, Florida in the left lane. Kawasaki Power. Ron Jones, Dayton, Ohio. Suzuki, Hayabusa. Two very different ways to run this category right here. Vinny, V20T for chip draw. V20T for chip draw. Lane 3, I need Street ET, random pairs, lane 1. W going to Jones, 831. Chaffee, 836. Unable to get it done in Mark Chaffee's day in Hard Times Parts and Service. Top Gas is over. Jones moving on. Heather Baldy with corporate backing from the Schwartz Law Group up against Tom Clemmy. This is a Midwest battle that's played out before. Heather Busa-powered, Clemmy Suzuki, GS air-cooled power. Great little drag race here, and it is Clemmy double breakout. His 817 coupled with an 017 tree, taking the dub. Heather took the stripe, but she was 034, and she had to make up for it somehow. It took her going 814 to get there, and that's the difference. Heather Baldy out here in the second round of eliminations. Tom Clemmy moving on. Chad Ott's right side and Tiny Noble left side. Really good drag race here again. Chad, 819 flat double breakout, besting the 812 by Noble. Chad with the reaction time advantage. Moving on. Mantez Thompson Sr. taking a go in Top Gas. He's taking out Jerry Hurley from Marysville, Ohio on his Suzuki-powered bike. Green lights a pair. Hurley, 815, moving on. Mantez, 811. Good drag race. Reaction time advantage to Hurley. And he finished the deal. Super Eliminator, lane 7, you'll be next up. V-Twin ET, chip draw, lane number 3. Street ET, random pairings to 1, please. Street ET, random pairs to lane number 1. Pro ET, random pairs to lane number 2. Dalton Markham right side and Alan Fields in the left lane. Markham left, Markham right, Fields left, and it is Fields. What a great drag race. Alan Fields, 006 and an 822. Sends Markham packing. Markham was on the game, 823 with an 02 light, and he came in second. Alan Fields came down with a hammer on that one. The counselor, Kenny Schwartz, on the Team Dar entry. Those aren't flames on that bike. Those are gold chains for everyone. And I've got Rashad Rowe, Frankfort, Kentucky, Kawasaki ZX14, right lane. Turbo Power, left side. Boom. Oh, 020 red, and the counselor's day is over. Rowe moves on. 818 moves on. 811 breakout by Kenny as his day has ended. Thank you, Kenny Schwartz, for your invaluable support to motorcycle drag racing through the years. It's always a joy to have the counselor here at your event. And that looks like that's it for Hard Times Parts and Service Top Gas.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Right lane. Bill Baxter's killer H2 Kawasaki. Moving them in. See if Alex has got a record in here for you. Not the cleanest launch for him. Sterling Weeks on the Yamaha does not get there in time. Alex Hughes advances 8:09, 154. Hughes advances on. Next pair, David Boyd from Texas. Right side, Kevin Hutchinson from Ohio on the white bike in the left lane. Dave Boyd doing such a great job with that fundraiser for Dave Caudle, who passed unfortunately due to a heart attack. Would have been here and would have been racing in Super Eliminator. Dave Boyd and his wife Brenda, a lot to be very, very proud of there for what they've done. And let's see what they do on track. Oh, Hutchinson turns the top bulb out. And it is Hutchinson advancing. Great little drag race. Hutchinson was 10 over the index. And Boyd 12 over the index. Kevin Hutchinson moving on to round number 2. Casey Smith, Musella, Georgia, left side on his 2002 Sportster, and Jose Mejia from Locust Grove, Georgia, on an RD 400. And it is Mejia, 10-18, taking the W. He had a decided reaction time advantage. Casey Smith a little late on the bulb, and that cost him. He was closer to his national index, but loses. Mejia moving on. Oh, we got Big Perry Paw. Big Perry coming down from Cleveland. He's happy. Famous Jameis won on Thursday night. And Scotty Allen wheeling West Virginia on his Kawasaki triple. Allen goes red. Perry Paw on the 99 Harley Davidson moving on. Paw, 995, 10 under his index. 995. Scotty Allen was also under his index, but he red lit. So Perry Paul moves on. That's the end of Super Eliminator. I need Street ET riders, random pair to lane 1. Pro ET riders, random pairs to lane 2. Bike 3526, you're the lucky pull based on your winning reaction time for the buy run. Bike 3526 in straight. Bike
From Top Fuel to
223.
Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
More coverage here at the Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals. And, you know, we have all kinds of unique bikes here. We like to cater to the V-Twin crowd as much as we can, too. And here we've got a really unique V-Twin. Of course, most of what you'll see at Drag Race is Harley-Davidson's. But, of course, Harley's got some big competition these days in the cruiser and, you know, bagger market. And, of course, that's none other than Indian. And Indian, you know, long-time name, almost as long as Harley, really, and they've been around a long time, been through a few different iterations. Indian, of course, now is owned by the Polaris company, which is all into power sports all over the place. So we've got a really cool Indian here, owned by none other than Johnny Yard. And Johnny, tell us a little bit about your Indian and what you're getting accomplished with this piece.
Well, it's a 2019 FTR 1200, which is kind of their street tracker version. I wanted to build something different. I mean, I've got Harleys, but kind of hence the name Jailbreak, not being locked into that Harley. You know,
yeah, I see what you got going here. You got your prisoner costume on.
Yeah. But actually, I'm a
inmate of the month.
But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to do something different. You know, these things off the showroom floor were 120 horsepower. You know, so of course, wanting to do something different kind of bit me a little bit because nobody makes anything for this thing, drag racing. So we had to build a swing arm from scratch. The clutch is all custom built. So, but it's just been a fun project.
I was going to ask you where you got the swing arm from, but it's a scratch-built piece you had done. I like the monoshock on one side. You know, when I first walked up to the bike, I expected to see two shocks on it, but obviously not. And iBox spring, actually some stuff there I'm pretty used to seeing. So let us know a little bit about the performance.
I mean, so far the best on our bikes, it'll run 1080s, and the motor's pretty much bone stock. I mean, I do have a Dynojet PB3 tuner on it with the wideband sensors. And but yeah, I mean, it runs great. So far it's been pretty bulletproof. So yeah, I mean, we really couldn't be happier with it.
Well, there you go, everybody. Something exciting, something different, an Indian drag racer here at the Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals. And Johnny, have some time with us today. Good luck, and let's get a shout-out for everybody at home and sponsors.
All right, well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank everybody for watching. Thank Man Cup and all the sponsors for putting this event on. And, yeah, it's just nice to have a big facility like this and a great event to come race.
Well, I couldn't have put it better, everybody. We'll come at you with more here at the Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals.
Taking the W, 13-14 on the 1290. Ken unable to get to that 12 flat dial in. Duffy Freeman next up left side, and Scotty DeLong. These two guys know each other oh so well in this category. Oh. DeLong pulls the trigger way early. That one wasn't close. Duffy moving on. Freeman moving on to the next round. Next pair up, we got Jeff Riggins. He's from Hudson, Florida. Stacy Smith, LaZalia, Georgia. Pair of Harleys. Green light and green light. Couple of outstanding reaction times right here. Smith. 12:33 on a 12:33 with an 018 light. Stacy Smith is not playing. Jeff Riggins went 986 going under, and he was 02 on the tree. He was all over the tree himself, but Stacy Smith Laid one over, though. We got the Hamburglar next up in the left lane. That's Johnny Flat Top Ard. Probably the one and only time in his life he'll actually have to spot somebody, but he's done it. Bike 1030. It is the win to Ard, 1497 on a 1490. 1595 on the 1594, and I don't need to tell you, reaction time made the difference again. Larry Berger, Jacksonville, Florida. Green light start, red light for Perry Paw, who just got the job done in Super Eliminator, and he turns it red. Larry Berger advances. Larry was 0-4-0 on the tree. He was ready to go. Casey Smith, Musella, Georgia, left side on his 2002 Harley. I think it was Casey who might have got beat in Super Eliminator. He's looking for some payback. He got the, he pulled that chip draw. Byron. And a win. We're moving into Voodoo Customs Street ET.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Don Horta. He's here to win Street ET. He's been getting tutelage from the one and only Flying Taco this weekend. God knows what that'll get him. And Janie Palm in the left lane. Janie coming in from Bunker Hill, Illinois on her 2022 Hayabusa. Don Horta on his 2019 Hayabusa. Good drag race right here. Give it to Palm. 9:10 on a 9:09 with a 001 reaction time. Donnie gave it everything he got. He took the stripe by 4th thou, did what he could, but he was playing against a 001, and that spelled defeat. Great effort by Horta. Palm moving on to the next round. This is John Markham left side and Malik Purnell in the right lane. Win to Markham, 9:54 on a 9:49. Mr. Purnell's day is done. He went 9:61 on a 9:62, and you know what that means. Next up, we got Chris Rolls in the right lane and Teddy Bub in the left. Chris Rolls pops a clutch a bit early, and he knew it. Shaking his head in disgust. 892 on that 9 flat. dial for Bub to move on. Brian Miner, right side. He's dialed 806 out of Midway, Georgia on a Suzuki Hayabusa. He's got Charles Willis Sr., Bunker Hill, Illinois. He just saw Janie win. He's trying to keep pace. He's dialed 922 on his 2022 Hayabusa. Turns it red. Brian Miner will advance. 810, 177 for Miner to move on. Willis was there, 921 on a 922, but you can't do it with a red light. The unmistakable Stanley Russell on his Hayabusa out of Macon, Georgia, next up in the Summit Racing lane. Jordan Weiss, also on a Hayabusa in the TBM Brakes lane. Really good drag race right here. $943 on a 942 for Wise, gets the W. Stanley gonna be aching over that one. He breaks out 949.3 on a 950, breaking out by 7 thou. He had almost 7 in the bank on reaction time. Took too much stripe, but once again, that's why we race him on the track. Bryce Jackson, left side, McDonough, Georgia, against Big Bad Barry Purnell, coming in from Henderson, North Carolina. Not to be confused with Hendersonville. Barry turns it red. Bryce will move on. Jackson, 888 on an 886 dial. He's ready. Barry Purnell slid the clutch lever to a 005 red light, ending his day on his Kawasaki. Pro riders, let's get them to the lanes. Pro riders to the lanes. Landon Noble next up, left side, and Jose Rivera in the right lane. Looks like a pair of Hayabusas going at it. Win to Rivera, 897 on an 894 dial. Noble, 948 on a 949, breaking out. Did what he could to get there first, but had to go under to do it from the reaction time disadvantage. Greg Crawford, left side. Fittipaldi Petrez, right lane. Give the win to Fittipaldi, 10-16 on a 10-15. Crawford breaking out, 10-38 on a 10-40. Took a bit too much striping. That's why we do race them on the track. Eric Connor. His day is over in MTC Engineering Super Comp. He's up against Pablo Gonzalez. Good drag race right here. Pablo, 897 on an 882. Eric Connor off pace, 908 on his 890. And that is the difference. Getting down to the short rows of Voodoo Custom Street ET. Getting down to the short rows here. Wade Smith right side and Stacy Smith in the left lane. Win to Stacy Smith. 12:38 on a 12:28. Wade Smith, 950 on a 952, taking way too much stripe and paying for it. know you're getting down to the end of the Street ET line when you got the V-Twins marched back in that had already made a lap in V-Twin ET. Ken Flazer, right side. Popping that wheel, and he's out of here. Red light start. One of the Smith brothers taking the W in the left lane. Duffy Freeman, big head start. Warren Eldred, who had been pulled for the bye. Warren goes red. Duffy will advance. All remaining pro riders in competition, I need you to the lanes for pairings, please. 460 riders to the back of four so you can get paired up. Once you find your partner, you can push up. All pro categories to your respective lanes, please. All right, MPS Racing Pro ET, round number 3. Here we go. Round 3, Pro ET. It's going to be Kelly McDaniel, left side, MPS sponsored. The sponsor of the category, MPS Racing. Kelly McDaniel out of Orlando, Florida, and it's Joe Clemmy from the Clemmy Brothers Flying Circus coming out of Davenport, Iowa. You don't want to get tangled up with them on a drag strip, I can assure you. There you go. Way to kick it off, and it is Clemmy 886 on a 884 for the W. Kelly McDaniel 8727, 3 thou under the index. They both riders had 014 on the tree. Next up, Sean the Rain Man Rainey from Connecticut in the right lane, and Nick Christmas left side. Rainey turns it red. Christmas, 909 dial. Goes 908. Rainey just went red. 009 on the red light. Christmas was all over the Christmas tree with an 026. Action hot and heavy in Pro ET, and I need all pros to the lanes. Dave Griffin from Fontenelle, Iowa, right side. Mike Thompson on the Busa, left lane. Green lights a pair. Who plays the stripe? Griffin taking the W. 838 on an 829. And he did that with a 005 light. He didn't leave much meat on the bone there. Big reaction time advantage. And he parlayed that into a dub. Malik Purnell, left side. Savannah Vose. Her dad, Billy, out there watching her. Oh, Malik turns it red. He's out of Raytown, Missouri, and his day is done in Pro ET. Savannah Vose, 016 on the tree. She goes a 961 at 146. Moving on. Moving on. Tom Clemmy, right side. Michael Carter, left side. Competition break for Clemmy. Something going awry on the Carter machine. Tom Clemmy will move into the next round of MPS Racing Pro ET. Does it with a 873 dial-in and lays down a 868. So there you have it. Clemmy moving on. Brody Davis, left side. Brody Davis. Kawasaki ZX14 entry, left side. Jeff Serene, Pepin, Wisconsin. 1985, excuse me, Suzuki. coming down from Wisconsin. Reaction time advantage, Davis, and that spells a W. Serene did what he could. Didn't have enough with the reaction time disadvantage there to put it into a W. Davis advances. Serene's day is over. Willie Hebert, right side, and Cunningham, left side. Hebert goes red. Cunningham, 009. 831 on an 832. He's loaded. He's ready. Cunningham moving on. Big Dave Young, right side. Asheville, North Carolina on his Suzuki. And Ricardo Marte coming up from Davenport, Florida. Suzuki. Young goes red, 002 red. His day is over. Marte advances. 886 on the 888 dial-in. Sonny Bolton, Water Valley, Kentucky, right side. And bike number 1560 in the left lane. Bolton goes red, bike 1560 advances through. All pros, bring them to lanes. 460 riders, pair them up. 460 riders, pair them up and push them up. Lane 4. Janie Palm left side and Jonah Allen in the right lane. Pair of Hayabusas, and this one goes to Palm. 901 on an 898. Jonah Allen, 9 flat with a 6 on a 901 dial. Josie Brooks. Josie will move on with a competition single here. Brooks dials an 820 and goes 818, 166. There's Michael Smith, left side, making Georgia. Rylan Rowe in the right lane. Good drag race right here. Give it to Rowe, 879 on a 77. Braden Davis next up, right side. Malik Purnell, left lane. Malik packing the front wheel. Double red light, but Malik did it first. Braden, 876 on an 896 dial-in. Pablo Gonzalez, left side, and Seth Buscieri, right lane. Pair of Florida runners on Hayabusas. Red light start for Buscieri. His BPM racing engine expiring on him. Pablo Gonzalez advancing on. And attention in the pit, please. I've got a blue Chevy Silverado with a Georgia tag ending in 7725 parked at the rear of the BPM racing display. Please move that blue Chevy Silverado immediately. All right, here we are. We've arrived at the end of Pro ET. And we've got the legal buy run that was pulled. Rashad Rowe, he's going to face Jose Rivera from Tao Alta, Puerto Rico. Jose on a Hayabusa and Rashad. Kawasaki ZX-14. All right, final pair in MPS Racing Pro ET round number 3 here. Jose Rivera will get the go. Rashad will have to wait. Great looking drag race right here. Rowe, 823 on an 819. Rivera, 892 on an 887. Margin of victory, 3 thou on that one. And let me tell you, Rashad Rowe went 016 on the tree, and he was second off the line. Jose laid the tree over with a 004, but just couldn't run close enough. Once again, I need a blue Chevrolet Silverado blocking the rear of the BPM Racing display on Vendor Midway. Moved. Blue Chevrolet Silverado with a Georgia tag. RKE 7725. Please remove that truck immediately.
So it goes here at the World Finals. We're getting down there, and the next round of pro quality racing. The pros are coming at you, and this will actually be the final round in at least one class that I know of, Pro Street, but they're all lined up here behind me, and we can see what's about to happen. Say hello to the TV in the world, everybody. Next pro round. Come on, let's get some excitement out there. Woo! So we're going to take some time and talk to a few of these racers here in the moment while we do our track prep. Here comes the machinery, getting out there to do the grinding and sticking and reverse rotate and everything we're going to do. So stay tuned, and we're going to bring you some more choice interviews with the racers here at the Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
All right, now, I'm here with really a guy who I've raced with all my life, but he is certainly one of my heroes. A little older than me, but not by much. But when I was coming up back in my 20s, Paul Gass was on the beginning of a career that would span decades. And really, he's been one of the most durable men in drag racing that I know of, you know. I mean, the comparisons to John Force have been many. But Mr. Gass here is about to turn 76 years old and is still going in the 3-second range on a motorcycle with reaction times that give up nothing to nobody with all these youngsters out here. I mean, it's almost astounding, astonishing, kind of freaky how long this man is continuing to race, but it's just become so much a part of your fabric over the years that it's almost easy to understand why you're still so damn good at it. So, Paul, tell us, when did you start drag racing motorcycles? What year?
1964, Niagara Dragway, Niagara Falls.
Wow, and I mean, were you still a teenager then? You had to be.
Yeah, I was 15. My brother John had a gas coupe car, and I was a tag-along kid. I got me a Honda, went out, and I think I was okay at it, so I progressed up from there.
Wow, and so that's literally 60 years of motorcycle drag racing. I mean, that's, I don't know of anybody else that's even come close to that so far. There's got to be somebody, like John Dixon. I know he was at it for a while, but he started early. But I don't know if anybody else has done it continuously for as long as you have. So, yeah, give us a quick, summation of your career arc. Where did it start? Where did it go? Where are you now?
Started with a little Honda, then I got into these two-strokes, the Kawasaki two-strokes, and I was started fast by gas because of those things, helping Dave Schultz and others, and I kind of got good at building those engines, and they really performed. They didn't run quite like this guy that's out here. That's an unbelievable thing to watch, but it's also 40 years later.
Right,
right. But we did good with that, raced all over the IDBAs and all these different sanctions for all the years, supported them all. I was at the very forefront of the contingency programs back when those started. I was involved in that at the outset. But then progressed on got into the four-strokes in the early 80s. And
the writing was on the wall.
Writing was on the wall. I ran a heads-up class for a year or two, and I got into pro stock. I did quite a bit of NHRA racing for a while, pretty successfully. And then Pro Star, I ran Pro Stock for quite a while, very successful.
I remember those years. And I remember your first Pro Mod bike was actually your Pro Stock bike.
Converted.
We
lengthened
a little more wheelbase.
A little more wheelbase.
And a tire hanging out the tail section.
Yeah, and dry shot and all those kind of things.
Yeah, and it was still super competitive,
It was good, yeah. But it was a creep-up deal, We had a lot of motor to start with, but this one here has got a lot of stuff.
Well, let's take a quick look at the bike, if I may. Of course, this is a state-of-the-art Pro Mod. And when did this particular machine first hit the track, Paul?
The end of 2016. Walt Timlin did the frame, and 393, 181. Those are the maximum runs,
Those are amazing numbers for anybody, much less a guy who's been doing this for 60 years. And, what would you say is the secret to your longevity, the secret to your success? Not that it's any one thing, but if you had to distill it down to one thing, what would you say has kept you going so hard for so long?
Well, first of all, seriously blessed with good genes or something, because I feel good all the time. I am in good shape. I do work out. And my joke is, and I even told you earlier on, this thing here will keep you young, that's for sure.
Well,
the day I feel old, I won't be on this thing.
I believe that, and I've been involved and not involved and then re-involved and now involved on this level of the sport.
Gotta go.
And it's about time to go, so we're going to get out to the racetrack. Thanks, Paul. Continued good luck today, and that is the way it goes. It's time to get back to racing. The prep's done, the racing's about to begin, so we're going to return you to our very capable announcer, Jay Regan, and more Man Cup World Finals action.
Fast by Gas Pro Mod action. Jeff House in the Summit Racing lane. And JP, big JP Maddox out of Atlanta, Georgia. He's in the TBM brakes lane. Moving in. Green lights. Win for House. 406, 175. JP Maddox with his best pass of the weekend. 413 at 171. And JP was gone first by a bunch. All right. It'll be Jeff House and Braden Davis in the semifinal matchup. Braden Davis foregoing his legal second round bye run here. Jeff House carries lane choice. It'll be Jeff House with lane choice over Braden Davis in the semifinals. And the winner here will get a legal bye run into the final. Paul Gash, your number one qualifier, moved over into the TBM brakes lane. Paul, seemingly more comfortable and familiar with the Summit Racing lane. Terry Wynn having lane choice. Terry's going to have to step up in a big way. Paul paced the field with a 4:00 eighth mile time and a .99 60 foot. The SGMP surface working. All gassed is in. Win is in. All gassed all day. 4:02, 176 with a reaction time advantage to go with it. Terry Wynn, 4:24, 172, gave it his best, but come up short. So Paul Gass will have a legal bye. He had a competition break with the Texas team, unable to make the first round call. He takes out Terry Wynn here in the second round. He will have his legal bye run in the semifinal. And the other half of the semis will be Jeff House with lane choice over Braden Davis. And there you have it. Final round action next up in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Jeff Hill does have lane choice over your number one qualifier, Tommy Saxon. Jeff Hill qualified third at a 4:17. Tommy Saxon was low qualifier at 4:02, 188 mile per hour on that machine. Jeff Hill with an uphill battle just like Terry Wynn, but that is why you race him on the racetrack. Final round action here in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Some carnage in the field this weekend. Rob Giard unable to make the call. Same thing with Billy Vose, also unable to make the call for eliminations. .460 riders, .460 riders, you're on deck. .460 riders, you're on deck. I need Pro Street and my Grudge winners and my Real Street and my Super Stock winners back to your respective lanes. Moving them in. They're in. They're gone. Oh, this is all Tommy Saxon. Look at that turbo pull away. 4 flat with a 4 at 187 mile per hour. Congratulations, Tommy Saxon. Jeff Hill gave it his all. He was first off the line by a bunch, and he was trucking, but that big turbo Suzuki train length him on the end of the racetrack. Congratulations, Tommy Saxon, winner of Robinson Industries Pro Open. .460 action next up. Elimination round number 2. I'd like my winners back. Winners back in Ultra Sportsman, please. Winners in Ultra Sportsman back to lane number 4. Winners in Ultra Sportsman back to lane 4. Pete Hubbard, left side. Garnell Caudle, right side. .460, the 8th mile index here. Number 2 qualifier, Hubbard, against number 16 qualifier, Caudell. Caudell turns it red by just a skosh. 003 red, and his .466 goes to waste. Pete Hubbard, 05 on the tree, and a .463 to move on. Ronnie Procopia told you at the start of this event he was here to take the money home, and all of it. He's in the left side. Tyrone Lemons, right side. He was your number 1 qualifier, so he took home potentially the number 1 qualifier bag. Tyrone on the verge of getting timed out. Great little drag race right here, and it is Procopio, 461, taking a W. Tyrone crossed the stripe first, and he did have enough room to win that race. They were both 03 on the tree. Ronnie slightly better. Great drag race. Give it to Ronnie Procopio. Moving on. Ultra Sportsman riders, please bring them back to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman riders, lane 4. I need Pro Street, Real Street, Super Stock, and Grudge to your respective lanes. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, left side. Brandon Elliott, Louisville, Kentucky, right side. It is Harvey Hubbard with the reaction time advantage, putting that to work. 461 taking the W. Elliott did get there first with a 457, but that's under the number. So Harvey Hubbard moving on. Brandon Elliott's day is over. John Krakalici, Clearwater, Florida. The pride of Dennis Coley and Pete Gutzlow. He's up against Chad Otts from Olive Branch, Mississippi. John with a BPM Racing Engines power plant recently picked up some performance, but he's going to need every bit of it against Otts. Otts 462, 144. Krakalici 468, 136. They were tied together in reaction time. That one came down to the finish line and give it to Otts, ending Krakalici's day here in the second round. Louis Braun Jr., Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, on his Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 bike, coming all the way in from OK. Deshaun Willie, Louisville, Kentucky, Wheeler Machine. Deshaun goes red by 5 thou. Deshaun turns it pink. 5 thou red light goes 454 in a losing effort. Let me tell you, Louis Braun was there. 017 on the tree. Braun was 017. He nets a 469 at only 133. And he moves on. Ultra Sportsman Riders, I need you to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman Riders, lane 4. Les Stymick next up, left side, and that is Rashad Jones, right lane. Woo-hoo. Good little drag race here, and it is. You got it. You got it right. Les Stymick, 461. 022 on the tree. Rashad Jones, 463. He was a couple hundredths behind on the tree, and Stymick made him pay. Les Stymick moving on. We got Barbed Wire on the left side, Kawasaki Power, Smith family. Brian Smith, who sung our national anthem beautifully earlier, he's in the left lane. Right side is Mantez Thompson Sr. Mantez 036 red. 459 with a 3 in a losing effort. Brian Smith moving on. 55 at 149 due to the red light by Mantez Thompson. And that puts a period on this second round action in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Next up, we're going to have Pro Street, Real Street, Super Stock, and then Grudge. Those will be our next categories on the racetrack, and then we're going to kick it back to Sportsman eliminations, starting with Ultra Sportsman. So we'll finish pros out of 5, 6, and 7. Ultra Sportsman can bring it back to lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 for pairings.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Once again, Pro Street will be up. And then Real Street, Super Stock, Pro Street first, Real Street next, Super Stock Exhibition, and then the remaining riders only in Grudge. We're going to turn it back over to Sportsman. If you are in Ultra Sportsman and you're not in lane 4 and paired, you're late. Ultra Sportsman to 4. Remaining riders in Super Comp can begin to come up. Back of lane 5. See Wayne Morris or Chris Platt for pairings. We're going to pull out Real Street next. And then if we do have our Super Stock exhibition, the buy in Real Street is foregoing. All right, it's going to be Adel Merced versus Bud Herod for a spot in the final. The legal buy run is being foregone, so this is for a spot in the final. Super Comp Riders, bring them to 5 for pairings. Super Comp Riders, lane 5 for pairings. Adel Merced, your number 1 qualifier over in the left lane. Bud Herod from the Herod Group, the class sponsor. Bud based out of Americus, Georgia, longtime home of Star Racing. Bud Herod, one of the nicest guys you'll meet in motorcycle drag racing. He's got his work cut out for him. Hannibal the Annabelle has been a beast so far. And at this point, it looks like it's going to be Merced 745, 192 low ET of the event. Bud 770, his best lap of the day at 185 mile per hour. Adel Merced was 007 on the tree. He left nothing on the table. All right, the Super Stock exhibition is underway. Looks like we've got 3 remaining there, and then we're going to move it over to Ultra Sportsman and move it down. Super Comp riders, bring it up to the middle, at least the middle of 5 for pairings. Super Comp riders. It's going to go Ultra Sportsman and then Super Comp. Super Stock roaring down the track. 922 for victory, right lane, and a very close 931 left side. All right, we've moved into J Squared Ultra Sportsman. Tom Lagasse has the legal bye. He chooses to motor down the highway. He will move on to the next round of eliminations. Seven left. That'll mean 4 will come back for the semifinal round in Ultra Sportsman. Super Comp riders, lane 5 for pairings. Super Comp, lane 5 for pairings. And here we go. We've got the bye run already done. That's moved on and through. Now we got some competition. 2 are going to go down and 1 will come back. Nick Christmas, right side, out of Youngstown, Ohio. And that's Brad Roodseal, left side. Good drag race right here. Pair of green lights. $9.59 for Christmas. Spells victory. Roodseal, $9.53, getting their second. And you know what that means. Christmas with the reaction time advantage. Next pair, we've got Lindbergh Simmons out of Hull, Georgia on his ZX14, and he's taking on Dave Young. Dave Young out of Asheville, North Carolina. Good little drag race right here. And it is Dave Young, 950 on a 950, and he needed every ounce of that. Lindbergh Simmons goes a 53 on a 50. Dave Young moving on. Mantez Thompson Jr., left side, Decatur, Alabama. Stanley Russell, Big Stan. Who's got it? It is Russell for the W. Mantez breaking out, 9:39. Once again, he did what he had to do to get the stripe. He just had too much of a reaction time disadvantage to get it done. And we got our grudge pairings coming out. Next round of grudge action. All right, and I can use my top gassers. Bring them to middle of 6, please. Top gas to middle of 6 for pairings. Top gas, middle of lane 6 for pairings, please. All right, this is the grudge shootout, round number 2. Spencer Claycomb, right side. We got no times on these machines. You just get an 1/8 mile wind light. Give it a left lane. Jim Smart and Michael Smith. It is Michael Smith taking the dub. Michael Smith, 047 on the tree, and he goes a 901 to move on to the next round. Michael Smith taking out Jim Smart. Next pair up, we are in Super Comp action. Wade Smith and Wes Brown. Good drag race again. Pair of green lights, and it is Wade Smith. Oh, Wes Brown breaking out by 3 thou. Wes Brown had a reaction time advantage, but Wade Smith taking the dub. Scotty DeLong, left side out of Citra, Florida. He's taking on Rylan Rowe, Frankfort, Kentucky, on a ZX14. Rowe and DeLong. It is Rowe's 896 taking the dub. DeLong going 894, and I don't need to tell you what that's from. Rylan Rowe moving on. Scotty DeLong's day is over in MTC Engineering Super Comp. We've got Leo Pena left side, Dalton Markham right lane. Win the Markham 895, besting the 894 of Pena. Kevin Peterson, left side. Sonny Bellion, right side. It is win to Bolton. Breakout by Peterson. You know what that spells. All right, and Dave Young has made it back to the lanes. Thank you, Dave. Top gas, top gas. I need those remaining riders into lane 6 for pairings. Top gas, lane 6 for pairings. I need Super Eliminator back to lane number 7, please. Super Eliminator, lane number 7. .460 Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 only. 460, bring them to lane number 4 for pairings. 460 only. 460, please, to lane 4. And we've got our last pair of Super Compers. Last pair. This is Aramil Garcia Fuentes in the left lane on a Hayabusa. Dave Young, Asheville, North Carolina, on his Suzuki. They're away clean. Throw a blanket over them. It is Dave Young advancing 898 over a 9 flat. Scotty Ray Peterson, please report to the tower. Scotty Ray Peterson, please report to the tower. Rowe and Hurley, I need you guys to the lanes immediately. Rowe and Hurley. Jerry Hurley's on the start line so we can scratch him, but Mr. Rowe, we need you to the lanes. Jerry Hurley and Josie Brooks. Good little drag race right here. Uh-oh, Albert. 821 for the W. Josie Brooks pulls it out. Jerry Hurley had a reaction time advantage and looked to be taking the W, but couldn't seal the deal at the other end, unfortunately. I need Mr. Rashad Rowe. There he is. Shane Cunningham left side and Chad Otts in the right lane. Woo, good drag race here. Good one, good one. Oh, Lord. Oh. Cunningham sends him packing. Cunningham for the W. Shane Cunningham was second off the tree. Chad Otts was 0-15 on the light and wound up taking a bunch of stripe. Cunningham advances. 460 to lane 4, please. 460 riders, please bring them to lane number 4. 460 riders to lane number 4. Seth Buscieri, right side. Jesse Baker, Newton Falls, Ohio on the Kawasaki. Once again, two completely different ways to get this class done in hard times, parts and service. Top Gas. Jesse Baker, double breakout, 818 with a 6. And he had a 001 tree. Seth Buscieri goes 8:17 with a 6. And he had an 017 light. That was a great drag race here in Hard Times Parts and Service. Top Gas, they don't get any closer than that. And we're moving through it. Tom Clemmy left side and Ron Jones in the right lane. Clemmy, 006 with an 825 spells victory. Tom Clemmy moving on. 460 riders, let's get them to lane 4. Let's get them to lane 4. 460 riders, lane number 4, please. Alan Fields and Rashad Rowe will close out this round of Top Gas. Rowe on a ZX14 entry. Alan Fields. Hayabusa. Kawasaki versus Suzuki. Woohoo! We got a good one. We got a really good one. And it is Alan Fields, 823 with the reaction time advantage. Rashad Rowe was 027 on the light, and he was second out of the gate. That was a tremendous drag race. Rashad goes 824. Alan Fields moving on.
All right. Fuel Tech, Man Cup World Finals, and of course, 'tis the season. We're heading deeply into that holiday season now with Thanksgiving right around the corner. Of course, Christmas not long behind. And what do we associate more than toys with Christmas? And all the kids out there, the needy kids, the kids that may not have the wherewithal to get all the things they want for Christmas. Well, we got a little solution here with the Toys for Tots, and Santi Rodriguez is here collecting the toys for the kids. So, Sandy, tell us a little bit about the Toys for Tots program and what you're doing with them this weekend.
All right, the Toys for Tots program was basically started by the Marine Corps many years ago. Not exactly sure the date it started, but I did it while I was in the Marine Corps, and I'm so happy to be a part of it now. I wanted to do something where we could give back to those in need. So I know that the Valdosta and Georgia area was hit pretty hard with the storms, and I want to do something where we could help those that are in need, that can't supply for their kids as much as they usually do. Basically just make sure that the kids are going to have a really nice Christmas and be blessed. So what I did is I got together with my Church of Grace back down in Ocala, Florida, and we started collecting toys through the church. My sponsors contributed in Peaks Printing and Fix-It Tech. They made the banner and stuff for me and provided us a way to get up here. And then I did get in touch with the Valdosta headquarters for Toys for Tots with the organizer. And after this event, all the toys that are being picked up here, I will be delivering to their headquarters right here in Valdosta, and then they will be distributed during Christmas time to children in need.
Wow, that's amazing. Warms my heart. I mean, literally, as a parent myself, I can totally relate to this, and as a overgrown kid myself, I can also totally relate. Here, take the mic and tell us a little bit about what has been collected here so far.
Oh, yeah, we've had some of the racers come by. Even while I've been in the lanes, they've actually dropped off bags of toys. A bunch more that have told me they're going to go to Walmart, which is pretty close, because they forgot or they just didn't have time. But this is just an assortment of stuff that's been collected. We have everything for young kids from ages 3 to 5, all the way up to footballs, and there's basketballs, and there's stuffed animals, and there's even diaries and little books for young ladies that they can fill out and stuff. So it's just a small collection of stuff that definitely is going to bless some kids when they open up the packages underneath the Christmas tree.
Well, Santi, I got to tell you, seeing stuff like this helps me remember just what a charitable group racers can be. Racers are used to being so dedicated to their own cause, to others' causes. They work together. They bring joy into people's hearts. And thank you, Santi, and RFC and Toys for Tots for everything you're doing to bring a brighter Christmas to so many local children here this year. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And if you see this and you are coming up today or tomorrow, it is not too late. I'll be collecting toys till as long as I can on Sunday before I leave here, and then delivering it to Valdosta headquarters, Toys for Tots.
Well, nice work, and I got to say it. Good job, Santa Claus.
Thanks, man.
Just another example of the fine races you'll find here at Man Cup. It's a Fuel Tech World Finals. Stay tuned. We got a lot more action coming your way.
9:15.
So no World Finals would be complete without a full clip of amazing pro street bikes. And of course, the big hitters in pro street tend to be, not always, but tend to be, Suzuki Hayabusa, certainly the king. But what we have here is the rare Kawasaki pro street bike based on a ZX14, ridden by the capable Rob Bond. And tell us a little bit about your family history in motorcycle drag racing.
So actually, we've been racing for 30 years now. My uncle Johnny Bond, who raced pro stock motorcycle back in the day, that's where we started to race. I've ran top gas, pro stock. My son actually rides this now, RJ. So he's been riding since he was 17 years old, and he's 29 now. So
outstanding. So tell us a little bit about this machine. For one thing, it is absolutely gorgeous. How highly modified is the engine?
The engine just has a set of 10.5 to 1 Wasner pistons in it, a set of Wasner rods, stock head ported at home by me, and stock set of cams in it, and some good valve springs.
That's amazing. And that's one of the bases of these classes, is that these engines can take so much more power than stock without having to get crazy on modifications. Are you still running stock connecting rods?
No, we're running a set of Wasner rods.
Okay, so you got the Wasner rods in it. But other than that, it's the age-old combination. Take any engine, rods, pistons, and valve springs, punch a bunch of boost into it, and it's going to last, and it's going to make a lot of power. You know, we've seen a lot of highly modified Pro Street engines these days where they've gone the, you know, the whole route of big cams, big heads, big valves, and that's what it takes to really run those enormous numbers. But this bike's not far behind. How quick you been with this one?
We've been 679 at 213 at our local track.
And that's amazing, okay? You know, you got a basic set of sportsman racers here. Take a strong platform like the ZX14, punch a bunch of boosts into it, and are you willing to say just how much boost you run?
We're only running about 26 pounds right now. We've got it turned down. We want it to live. I think it'll live plenty fine at 35. We're just inching it up, learning.
That's the way to do it with boost. 26 PSI, 670s at over 210 miles per hour. ZX14, Rob Bond, amazing machine. Thank you for bringing it out here and talking with us here at the World Finals. Brought to you by Fuel Tech. We're going to bring you way more amazing bikes this weekend. Stay tuned.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Now, on a bit more of a somber note, I'd like to introduce you folks to a man by the name of Dave Boyd. Dave Boyd, where do you hail from?
I am from Georgetown, Texas. That's just north of Austin.
Just north of Austin, Texas. And I understand that you've had a recent loss of a very good friend. Can you tell me a little more about who that was and how this happened?
Absolutely. His name was Dave Adel. He hailed from Ocala, Florida. Originally, he was from Kentucky. And he raced a Triumph top fuel bike, which is very rare. I mean, even to see a Triumph, much less one running on nitromethane.
Yeah, back in the day we saw a lot of them, but that's a rare bird today.
It actually is. And I met him through the Super Eliminator Racers group, which is who we race with. And we're mostly two-strokes, but he raced with us because that's the kind of bikes we look for to race with us, vintage, high-performance bikes. And Dave, I met at a track, and his wife, Brenda. My name's Dave, and my wife's Brenda, and the two Brendas hit it off. And Dave was just the nicest guy that could be. He would give you the shirt off his back. Very, very knowledgeable about two-strokes, four-strokes. He was actually helping my friend Mark build a nitromethane super turbocharged bike for Bonneville. So, like I say, he was always willing to help everybody. Unfortunately, a couple of months ago, he passed away of a heart attack at the age of 68, completely unexpected. He was hoping to be here with us this weekend. A quick story: we were in Missouri for the Man Cup race, and we race on a record, and so if you go faster than that record, then you break out.
Right.
He set a new record over a second quicker than his previous record.
a second quicker.
I was in the other lane. I won. I wasn't even running my number. He was so excited about running that great number, a new personal best, new best for the bike, that he didn't even care about losing the round.
I know the feeling. I used to race super preliminary years ago too, so going under your index was a mixed blessing.
Yes, absolutely. So his wife had sent me a text and a bunch of people in super preliminary that he had passed away because she knew we'd want to know. And so a couple of weeks ago, I talked to Kevin Hutchinson, who organizes Super Eliminator. And I said, why don't we do a little fundraiser between the Super Eliminator guys and raise a little money? And I was thinking a few $100s, you know. And we got here, and I said, well, let me go talk to Hollywood. And I talked to Hollywood about it. Hollywood immediately jumped in and threw in $50. First donation was right from Hollywood. Paul Gass is given. People have just come out of the woodworks. People are throwing $100 bills in there. And as of right now, Saturday evening, we've raised $1,940.
Wow. Last I heard it was $850, but that was yesterday, so you picked up another $1,000 in donations today.
I picked up $1,000 today, yes. Wow. Yes. Wow. And we still have another day to go.
That's amazing. And I mean, you know, this is the kind of love and consideration racers have for one another. I'm going to miss your friend because you miss him and everybody you're involved with misses him. And I'm sure he's smiling from on high just to see the impact he left on your lives, that you would be so charitable and just so giving. This is what it takes.
Me, it's the Man Cup Racers. I'm just the instrument of.
You made it happen.
And Brenda, his wife, I understand, somebody went to go get her, and I didn't have her number. Somebody got me her number. I called her, and of course she didn't answer. And as I was texting her, she called me back, and I told her what we were doing. And then that changed to somebody went to go get her, and she's supposed to be here for the opening ceremonies tomorrow.
Really?
Able to present it to her in person.
Oh man, wow! I'm not often at a loss for words. That is wonderful. God, I hope Brenda makes it.
And it's the generosity of the Man Cup in the drag racing family that has done this, because we are a family out here. Everybody helps everybody. You need a tool, you need a gear. I mean, people always step up, and they really stepped up. God bless them, and God bless Miss Caudill.
Well, you know, we can't bring him back, but we can all revel in the absolute generosity of the racers in an instance like this. We stand together, we race together, we die together, but there's nothing about this that isn't near and dear to everyone's heart. And I just want to say thank you for bringing such love to an otherwise dire situation. And thank you for bringing it to our race. Dave, that means a lot to me, and it means a lot to everybody out there. This is what it's all about. So, folks, a little bit of a sad note, but a happy note, too. This is generosity. This is charity. This is what it's all about. We're all out here together. Thank you, and we'll have more coming at you soon here at the Fuel Tech World Finals.
In the eighth of a mile, Harvey Hubbard, right side, Virginia against Michigan, left side. The Lions continue to roll Can Stymick do it too? Victory, Stymick, 460 with a 6. 4606 with an 012 light. Les Stymick is on his game. Harvey Hubbard right there, 461 with an 02 light, and he was second. Tremendous race there to kick off this round of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Tremendous pair. Chad Ott's right side, and Louis Brune Jr. left side. Woo-hoo! How'd you like to be 0-1-2 and second out of the gate? Louis Brune 0-07 and didn't win. Chad Ott's 461 with an 0-1-2 light moving on. Here he is, the golden pipes of barbed wire in the Summit Racing lane. Brian Smith on the Kawasaki pit side. Pete Hubbard, Mississippi, on the raw deal coming out of Olive Branch, Mississippi. Green lights a pair. 460 with a 0, 4600. Pete Hubbard, had he gone 1,000th quicker, would be going home, but he didn't. He moves on. Pete Hubbard moving on. Brian Smith gave it his all, but his day ends in the quarterfinals. And Ronnie Procopio gets the free pass to the round of 4. He said he was here to take the money. Procopio 460 with a 9 all over the number. Pro ET, you're on a ladder, so let's pair them up. Street ET, you're on a ladder, let's pair them up. C, Man Cup officials, Chris Platt, or let's get them up here. ET riders, all ET riders remaining in competition. We need you back to your respective lanes. V-Twin to 3, Pro ET to 2, and Street ET to 1. We're pairing you up. Looks like the chip draw is in progress for V-Twin back there. That'll settle that out. Street ET to 1, Pro ET to 2, please. V-Twin riders, if you are part of either Street ET thereafter or Pro ET, let a track official know you're coming back.
So one of the things we love the most at Man Cup is diversity. And, you know, over the years, it's kind of come down to being either Suzuki or Kawasaki. And, you know, we'll see a few Harleys, a very occasional Honda. But did you know that back in the day, Suzuki tried their hand at a two-stroke, and they did it in a very unique fashion with a liquid-cooled version. And this man right here is responsible for having one of the only, if not the only, racing versions of what we kindly refer to, somewhat sarcastically, as, what do we call it, Kevin?
The Water Buffalo.
That's right, the Water Buffalo. This is Kevin Hutchinson, and this is a record-holding machine in Super Eliminator where very unique machines get to compete against national records. And, you know, that has some allure to people who don't want to just run an index class or go ET racing, and they run off of a record, which becomes their national index, not unlike NHR racing. It's a little bit about this machine, and start off with just what possessed you to do something so unusual.
I have wanted to build this this race machine since I was young. It was the first bike I ever owned, first bike I rode. I rode it all over the streets of Boston, Massachusetts, and always wanted to make it quicker. So unfortunately, since the 70s, after Barry Sheen had crashed his bike at Daytona, there had never been anybody that took this particular bike and worked on it as a race bike again. So, or if they did, they kept it a pretty good secret. So there was no real predecessor out on the drag strip. So I got started. There was a guy from England named Steve Hamilton that reached out to me. He heard I was working on this project, and he helped me develop it, build the frame, get the chassis together, and eventually I got it out to the first race in Norwalk, Ohio, where I met Dave Derrick and Doug Flannery. And Doug Flannery took over this motor, and he made it lightning fast, just like he does with most of the bikes that are in Super Eliminator. He does all the porting, heads, pipes, and Dave Derrick and his brother Matt Derrick helped Doug with a lot of these chassis builds, but Doug is really responsible for the motors.
Well, and you know, the motors in a two-stroke, kind of a dark art for those of us who prefer or are more familiar with what we, or what I like to call valve benders. And, you know, of course, two-strokes are determined by a lot of different characteristics that us four-stroke guys just don't get. You know, they've got expansion chambers. What the hell are those? They've got porting on the actual cylinder where the transfer ports exist. There's reed valves. There's all this black magic that I really don't understand. I know this much, Joe. I just love the way they sound, because they sound so different and so angry, man. It's like a pack of really pissed off bumblebees. So what you see here, though, is an amazing accomplishment in light of the fact that nothing else really exists like it. So what is a displacement, and what is the estimated or measured horsepower of this Suzuki Water Buffalo?
Well, it's a 750cc, and it has largely all stock components, except the porting being done by Doug and the heads being remachined, and the expansion chambers, which were all custom designed and built by Doug and Dave. I added a nitrous system to it a number of years ago, about 7 or 8 years ago, and I was able to get that dialed in. And in fact, you were the first person that you were announcing in the tower here
Back in the day?
Back in the day, and you were the first person to see a water buffalo get into the 8s. Most people didn't think it would ever get out of the 10s, and we got this down into the high 8s, 891.
That's a pretty amazing accomplishment, especially in light of how unique it is. So, you know, what I like about it too is it's simple, it's basic. It really harkens back to a day when drag bikes were just pretty much all about an engine, a tube chassis, a front end, and a gas tank, and, well, just enough stuff to keep a guy on it, you know. So what kind of 60-foot times does this thing manage?
Well, I've had as low as 1.28 seconds on the 60-foot. So that's pretty good. It's a heavy bike, and I'm a heavy rider.
Absolutely.
That's just a... What do you mean, absolutely?
I mean, that's absolutely an amazing accomplishment.
It is an amazing accomplishment. So it does pretty good on the 60-foot. But, you know, with the nitrous system, it's able to just keep on pulling all the way out the back door. So it runs a pretty high mile an hour. 151 mile an hour is the top mile an hour with this bike. And I don't think anybody's ever been close on, you know, trying to race one of these bikes.
Wow, that's amazing. So, you know, and I'm a big fan of the unusual. You know, Kevin and I joke about that all the time. I won't go any further with that. But anyway, it is bizarre, it is different, and to me, it's a real throwback to the way we used to do it. And, you know, back in the day, there were so many different styles of bikes out there. It wasn't just Boosas and ZX14s. So all you guys who keep the flame lit in Super Eliminator for these relics and the love and effort you put on them, man, put her there.
Yep, we love it. We absolutely.
Yeah, that looks like the round of Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin is in the books. If you are left in Street ET and you're not in lane 1, not really quite what you're doing at 4:15, waiting around, but we're about ready to pull Street ET, follow it up with Pro ET. ET categories be next up. Pro classes, we're going to need you to the lanes. Pro classes, you're going to run at 4:45. Pro classes. All pro categories, all remaining riders, pro categories, bring them to your respective lanes. Pro categories, 4:45. All right, couple of V-twins rumbling down here. Duffy Freeman and Stacy Smith. Stacy turned it red. Automatic dub to Duffy. All right. Pro Ride. Both riders moving in. Very close dial-ins. Initial move should sell the difference, and it is Clemmy. Left lane with trouble off the line. Clemmy taking the W. Off pace for bike number 1560. Ending his day in MPS Racing Pro ET. Next pair up, we got Nick Christmas, who is still in. Nick Christmas, Youngstown, New York. Right lane. And that looks like one of the Cunningham boys on the left side. ZX14. 831 dial, 907 on the pit side. Christmas away first with a green light. Cunningham turns it green as well. Cunningham, 36 on a 31. Christmas, 11 on a 7. And that will tell you that Cunningham had a reaction time advantage, but it wasn't much. Cunningham took the stripe by 5 thou. Great drag race right there. Dave Griffin next up, right lane. Legal by run. Dave Griffin moving on. Iowa runner. Moving on. .828 on an 827 dial. I'd say Dave Griffith is ready to roll. All right, we got Braden Davis next up, right lane. He's going to be taking on Ricardo Marte on the Hayabusa left side. Davis Kawasaki out of Douglas, Georgia. Good looking drag race down the track. It is Marte, 888 on an 886. He had the reaction time advantage. Davis did what he had to do to take the stripe, but went under by 8 thou. Just 8 thou. Marte moves on. Braden Davis, his day comes to an end in MPS Racing Pro ET. Got the Polar Express. Left side, Josie Brooks coming down from Canada. Running Pro ET with her top gas machine. She's dialed an 820. Rylan Rowe from Kentucky. Right side, Kawasaki ZX14. Dialed an 879. Woo! Good drag race. And it is win to Josie Brooks. Rylan Rowe was 007 off the tree, but couldn't seal the deal up top. Josie Brooks moving on, 822 on that 820 dial. Rashad Rowe next up. He's actually in the TBM brakes lane, opposite where he just watched his brother go down. Rylan. Rashad is on his ZX14 top gas bike. He's dialed an 820. Tom Clemmy dialed an 870. All pros, get them to the lanes, please. Pro Mod, 460. Pro Street, Grudge, Real Street, and Super Stock. Woohoo! Green lights a pair again. This time it is Rowe prevailing. He was 025 on the tree and he was late. 025 and he was late. Rashad goes 822 on an 820 to take the W. Clemmy 875 on the 870, and that's after a 006 tree. Clemmy bows out in MPS Racing Pro ET. Rashad Rowe advances. Savannah Vose and Janie Palm, ladies first here. Savannah goes red. Automatic victory for Janie Palm, dialed 898. She goes 904. Savannah went 938 on her 921 dial in the losing effort. Brody Davis, right side. Pablo Gonzalez, left lane. Green lights a pair, and a heck of a job by both riders. It is going to go to Brody Davis, 847 on an 846. He's going to look at that ticket and be thankful he did not break out. Pablo Gonzalez was 001 green, had mechanical issues, and Brody Davis came within 9th hour breaking out, but of course he did not, and Brody Davis advances into the next round of Pro ET. Pros, all pros to the lanes, please. I need Pro Mod. I need 460. Pro Street, Real Street. Next round of the Grudge Shootout and the next round of the Superstock Exhibition, please. You'll be next up. Once the pros conclude, we're going to move to Sportsman eliminations for their next round. So, Sportsman, you're on standby at this point.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Okay, once again, all pros, you're going to be next on the racetrack as soon as the track preparation is complete. We will have a semifinal in Fast by Gas Pro Mod, which will feature Jeff House up against Braden Davis. House carrying lane choice in that pair. Paul Gast your number one qualifier, foregoing his legal bye run. He will sit back and see who he runs in the final, and he will not have lane choice in the final. That's a given. Pro Street is down to a final, and we're at a semifinal in Pro Ultra 460, so I need my 460 riders. Let's get them up here. Super Stock Exhibition, Real Street, and the Grudge Package. Let's make sure all of those remaining riders are up in the lanes and ready to go. Broderick Jackson, check in with Chris Platt, please. Broderick Jackson, check in with Chris Platt. And we've got Pro Mod bike. Fast by Gas Pro Mod is in the puddle. Semi-final action. Paul Gast will make the final without lane choice. You've got Jeff House in the Summit Racing lane. Jeff House was your number 3 qualifier at 4:09, and he has done nothing but improve all day. Braden Davis, your number 2 qualifier, 4:06 on his qualifying pass. Heard it first round, but earned the legal bye second round, so he was able to advance to the semifinal here. Braden Davis, Jeff House for a shot at Gast. What a drag race it is, and it is Davis. 405, 173. House had to cut the gas to keep it in his lane. Goes 419, 151. Braden Davis, .999 on the 60-footer. He had the reaction time advantage as well. Jeff House gave it everything he had. Coming in second to Braden Davis. Braden Davis will take lane choice into a final round with Paul, fast by Gast. Outstanding pair there. Final round in that category coming up about 5:30. Final round at 5:30 in Pro Mod. We've got the semifinal action in 460 loaded. 460 bikes, 4 motorcycles. You're next up. All right, 460 about to roll to the puddle. Looks like the first pair is going to be Procopio and Stymic. This is going to determine a spot in the final. And the Extreme Gamblers are looking to make it all up right here. There he is. He called his shot. Called his shot on Thursday. Said, the money's mine. Go home. So far, it's holding true. But I think Big Les, like the Detroit Lions, is going to have something to say about that. Les Stymic coming down from Michigan, left lane. Ronnie Procopio, North Carolina runner, arguably at the top of the class for some time. He was the number 14 qualifier with a 4.64. Number 10 qualifier was Stymic with a 4.61, and they have both dominated their rounds of competition so far. Burnout's complete. Couple of, you'd call them teammates, coming to the puddle. Chad Otts and Pete Hubbard out of the same town in Mississippi. They're going to watch to see who's going to take the first spot in the final. Does Stymic have it in him again? I believe he might have stopped Procopio last year here at the finals. It may have been Stymic that shut the door on him. Let's see what happens this year. They're in. They're gone. Great little drag race right here, and it is Stymic again. 460 with an 8. Les Stymic. punches his ticket to the final. Les was 023 with a 460 with an 8. Ronnie, better on the tree, 015, but went 462 flat out. He went 155 trying to get there. Missed the number, and you don't see that very often on a Ronnie Procopio. So, Stymick has punched his ticket into the final. Pete Hubbard sounding like he's having troubles in the burnout. Patiently waiting. Chad Otts moving in. Send him. Otts will be in the final with Stemick. Chad Otts. 460 with a 0. 4600 for Otts. Otts will have lane choice in the final. A very tough break for Pete Hubbard there. Unable to answer the bell, but nonetheless a great job done by Pete across the weekend. He was number 2 qualifier with a 460 with a 5 and managed to slide through the field to face his crosstown rival, Chad Otts. All right, that was it for the Slick Tires. We're going to switch gears here, go into a little bit more of what they call the radial type prep for the Pro Street, Real Street, Grudge, and Super Stock entries. So there'll be just a bit of racetrack maintenance coming up. And it's great to see the B&M Racing team in the house. All the Blandon brothers are here. Even Charles Mackey in the house. Calvin Blandon, one of the most generous, supportive people in all of motorcycle drag racing, and it would be great to have him back out with his machine with Butch piloting it. Let's make that happen for 2025.
Off we go. Now we're headed into the Pro Street Final. We got St. Louis represented here by none other than Rudy Sanzatera, Quicktime Motorsports. And Rudy, you're number 1 qualifier. How do you feel about your chances here in the final?
Man, I've been struggling all weekend. This air has really got me messed up. We've tried everything to calm this thing down. Nothing's worked. We had a good run. We went a 69 at only 218, turned way down. Then we went back to kind of a tune-up that we knew in this warm air, and it about flipped over at the 1/8 of a mile. It was on a pretty good run down low, and I cut gas 3.2 into the run. It still went a 450 in the 1/8 at like 160. So we're there. I went back to the combination we ran the 69 with, turned it up through low gear and see if it'll take it through low gear. That's been my Achilles heel all weekend. It's either we can get through low gear, but I can't get past the 1/8, or I can't get through low gear and then I can get past the 1/8. But we're going to find out right now. We don't have the kitchen sink at it, but everybody's telling me to lay up and just run another 60, but I'm trying to go into the high 40s or a low 50. I don't like laying up. I'd like to just throw the power at this thing and let it eat. But another thing that we found, we're the shortest bike in the class at 71 inches, so we're struggling to find that balance of power and wheelbase. So hopefully the rules change for the light guys next year.
Well, you know, there's so many variables to try to manage on a Pro Street bike, and it's really a fascinating sequence of events. You know, do we take boost in? Do we take boost out? Do we change the timing? Do we delay more power till later on? It's just an endless set of questions, and that's what separates the winners from the losers for sure. You know,
punch a keyboard. Who's ever punching a keyboard is wherever is going to win. That's how this always works.
it absolutely is, you know. And, you know, one of the things I really find interesting about Rudy's bike is something that I first saw for the first time, and I'm going to just let you in on a little something here. Years ago, we went testing down at Gateway, and we saw a couple of bikes in the staging lanes, and I'm talking back in the 90s, that had the turbos hanging off the side with these big old intercoolers. And at the time, I was working with a guy by the name of Kent Stotts, one of the
World famous guys.
heavy hitters in Pro Street, and we were pretty hot. And I remember looking at your combination going, well, that's unique, and I really didn't know what to think of it.
You just thought it wasn't going to work.
Well, you know, I wasn't so sure it wouldn't work, but I was definitely sure it was way different from what I was doing, which did work. So,
Well,
you
I
know.
learned it from Sebastian Domingo out off the West Coast. He was starting to do side mounts, and then we started doing side mounts. So I guess him and I are kind of the godfathers of side mount.
You really are. And I mean, I really remember that day when I saw those bikes, and I was like, huh. But, you know, the way we always did it was we were real into the aesthetic of keeping everything behind the bodywork, keeping everything compact, and I can really see the advantages of doing this. It really opens up your design, you know, options, much greater accessibility to everything. You're not so constrained by having to keep everything inside, so yeah, you've got greater you know, options as far as the pipe layout.
And then the exhaust keeps the valves in the motor because the back pressure on a center mount wants to pop the exhaust valves back, and it knocks the keepers out. So now with the side mount, you can actually get more equal pulse length in the header, and it don't blow back into the combustion chamber.
Makes perfect sense to me. So it just goes to show you, things do evolve in this class, and boy, have they ever.
Today's class is just completely out of hand. I'm 52. I don't know if I can keep doing this.
Well,
Kids are just out here killing it.
You got a few more years left anyway, you know.
Got to, 'cause he's going to have to do something when he grows up.
Well, you know, maybe start him on motocross. Great way to get the essentials.
I'm thinking maybe a 460 bike for him.
And what's the young man's name?
Luciano.
Luciano. Hey, Luciano. You heard me right away.
Yes.
Want to say something to the camera?
Can you say hi? Say hi.
Say hi, Luciano.
Can you say hi?
Well, there you have it, the next generation. So, once again, Rudy Sanzatera chose a unique combination, has been optimizing it for decades, really. Congratulations on your performance. I love watching all your exploits with the boats, the cars, the bikes.
We have an interesting life. You could say between all the fast cars, the radial cars, street cars, and the boats and everything, we do everything that we can have as much fun with.
Right, you do it all well, and I'm
Thank
not just
you.
blowing smoke at you.
I appreciate it.
Rudy Sanzatera, #1 qualifier, about to not throw the kitchen sink at it, but to see if he can make his last pass of the year his best one of the weekend. So now we've got the real street final coming up right behind Pro Street Final. And I'm talking to George Cross, who's running a turbo bike here, Turbo Hayabusa in Real Street. George, what's brought you to the final this weekend? How did you qualify? How did you make it through the rounds?
Well, a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication to testing this weekend. We've probably made over 20 passes on the bike trying to get it figured out. So
20 passes this weekend alone?
Just this weekend, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. So you've been here from the opening day, right?
Yes, sir.
And was it fruitful? Did you get where you want to be?
Personal record, so we're doing very well this weekend.
Outstanding. And what number did you qualify with?
Number 2.
And what was your ET for that?
771.
771. Outstanding. Now, right now, what's the quickest in Real Street? Like, what's the standard bearer? Who's the quickest, and how quick have they gone?
30. I think 38 or 39 is the record right now.
Wow, that's amazing. And didn't some Harleys make some great inroads into Real Street this year?
They did, yep. They came in and really shook things up for us. So.
Well, there's always the rule book to help take care of that. Yep. But, every now and then a dark horse candidate will come in and totally dominate in a class because they have a combination which really wasn't thought to be that potential. But, drag racers are resourceful people. They will find the cracks and crevices and fill them in, and I'll tell you what. So, now, of course, you're going to be running against a nitrous bike here in the final, the age-old competition rivalry of nitrous against turbo. How quick has your competition been?
He's been a 45 this weekend, 745.
Oh, man, you got your work cut out for you, huh?
Yeah, so we made it to the final, so we won if we win or lose, you know what I'm saying? So.
Well, that's a great way to look at it. George, thanks for taking a minute with us, and I wish you good luck. I know you've got a lot of room to make up here, and best of luck finding the gap. Make it happen.
Appreciate it, man.
Once again, George Cross, number 2 qualifier, and in the final. So I guess it's the classic matchup of number 1 and number 2, huh? That's the way it ought to be. That's drag racing at its finest. Number 1 and number 2, they take their respective sides of the ladder and meet in the final. So stay tuned. We're going to show you these finals in a moment. We're going to see Pro Street and Real Street tear it up for the last rounds of the year here in the pro classes in Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals.
Pro Street final round. Robert Bond the second, left side. Rudy Sanzatera, right side. Sportsman riders, please bring them back to 4, 5, and 6. Sportsman riders, ultra sportsmen, remaining riders to 4. Super comp to 5 and top gas to 6. Sportsman riders remaining in competition. Let's get lanes 4, 5, and 6 stacked up. See, Man Cup official Chris Platt for pairings. Here it is for all the marbles in Pro Street. Robert Bond is second on a Kawasaki against Rudy Sanzatera. Both riders away clean and looking good. Great pass. Sanzatera 673, 213 for the W. Robert Bond was there through the 330, but just didn't have the power up top. Early shutoff 851 at only 108 is what he got done. Congratulations, Robert Bond, a second for his runner-up finish, and to Rudy Sanzatera for his win in Pro Street. Dominating fashion. Number one qualifier and low ET of the event. And here we go. This is a real street final, and Hannibal the Annabelle, over there in the TBM brakes lane, number one qualifier. Outstanding performance. George Cross, right side, he was your number two qualifier with a 771. Let's see what George has got for him. George out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Annabelle coming down from Harrisburg, North Carolina. Merced packing the wheel, has to get out of it. It is Merced, even lifting, going 749. George Cross, a 764 at 195, a valiant effort in the runner-up finish. Congratulations to George Cross, a 764, but Annabelle Merced, the class of the field this weekend, 749, 193, and he left first. Super stock exhibition here. Bike number 38 comes down as a draw at numbers 1 and 2 qualifier. Bike number 38, your number 2 qualifier. Bike number 45, your number 1 qualifier. All right, there's a final round. Wheels up, keep dancing that front wheel. He's dancing it. Dancing that front wheel. Wind to the right lane, 897. Nearly a mirror to the qualifying time. 897, 162 for bike number 45. Congratulations on your number 1 qualifier and win. Bike number 38, 925, fighting that wheel. Trying to keep that wheel down, but had to fight it the whole way. Sportsman riders, remaining riders in Ultra Sportsman lane 4, Super Comp lane 5, Top Gas lane 6, and bring me Super Eliminator to lane 7, please. Sportsman riders, to your respective lanes. We will run Sportsman, then we will run ET right behind that. Man Cup Super Staffer Chris Platt is on his way down to the lanes to get you Sportsman riders, guys and gals, paired up. All 3 Sportsman riot classes, bring them up. Lane 4, 5, and 6, as well as our special featured Super Eliminator. All right, I'm missing one rider in Top Gas. You're on the clock. One rider in Top Gas. And I do need my remaining riders in ET as well. Remaining riders in ET categories, please report back to your respective lanes, 1, 2, and 3, Street, Pro, and V-Twin. And if you're in Sportsman and ET both, please let a track official know that you're in multiple categories. We will try to give you an extra moment, but you will be on the clock. You have to have the help to get you through multiple classes. So, ET riders, please bring them back to the lanes. ET riders, please bring them back to the lanes. Getting down to the shorter rows here. Top Gas to lane 6. Super Eliminator lane 7. And Super Comp lane 5, please. Young here in J Squared Ultra Sportsman, and he's also still in MTC Engineering Super Comp. So green lights a pair. Who's dancing? And it is looks like Big Stan will carry lane choice into that final over Christmas. And both riders, soon as you service your machines, bring them back, and we'll get that final push through. You don't have to wait. Service your machines, come back, coordinate that with the staging lanes at this point. Win and return. Win and return, please. All right, next up, we're going to move into Top Gas action. Alan Fields on his 08 Busa out of Climax, North Carolina, has been slaying them in Top Gas. And you got Josie Brooks on the Polar Express tower side. Brooks, how to get it done. Green lights a pair. It's a drag race. Only 2,000 stick. Josie. Shane, thank you. Cunningham. Next up, Shane Cunningham. Cunningham going down the racetrack. That's a legal buy. Cunningham, 823, 161. Cunningham moving on. ET Riders, let's bring them back to lanes 1, 2, and 3. Super Comp, you're up next. This is a final in Super Eliminator. Kevin Hutchinson and Perry Paw. Ohio versus Ohio. There they go. It is Hutchinson for the win. Kevin Hutchinson taking the W. Perry Paul, your runner-up in Super Eliminator. Time to call my Pro Mod final to the lanes, please. And 460 final. Bring them on up. Pro Mod and 460 finals. You can bring those to the lanes. We'll get you guys run through. MTC Engineering Super Comp next up. Super Comp riders are 890 fixed index. They'll be next on track. Pros, please. Pro Mod and 460 finals, please. To the lanes. Here we go with Super Comp. Sonny Belton, Water Valley, Kentucky, right side. Michael Smith, left lane. Whoo, what a close drag race. Margin of victory, 1 thou. 1 thou margin of victory. Michael Smith had him by 1 thou on the tree, and Belton went 2 thou quicker. 892 with a 1 on that index. Sonny Belton advances. Michael Smith's day ends in Super Comp with a tremendous race to kick off the round. Rylan Rowe, right lane, and Wade Smith in the left lane. Rylan 890 with a 7. Moving on. Wade Smith had a reaction time advantage, did not run the number. He's 894 and came in second. So Rylan Rowe moving on. This is Dalton Markham and Dave Young. Markham for the W, 896 on the 890 index. Dave Young closer with an 893, so you know what that means. ET riders, if you're remaining in competition, ET riders, please bring them back to your respective lanes. And looks like we've got our 4 remaining V-twin in the lane, so we're probably going to run you guys next. Chris Platt, please. Chris Platt, report to lane 3, the V-twin lane for chip draw. Chris Platt, lane 3 for chip draw. Street ET riders, if you're remaining in competition, get to lane 1 for your pairing assignments. Pro ET riders, if you are left in competition, bring it to lane 2 for your pairing assignments.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
You guys are scheduled for lane
We're going to move the Street ET riders out, and we will hold the rider waiting for the V-Twin rider to come back. Final call for Pro Mod Final. Final call. If we've got Pro Mod Final, push it up so it can be seen. 460, push it up. Pablo Gonzalez and Duffy Freeman. Give it to Gonzalez. 887 on 882. Duffy, 1438, a bit off his 1426 dial. Markham right side, one of the Smith brothers in the left lane. Green lights a pair, and it is Markham prevailing. Markham moving on. He had the reaction time advantage, and he moves on. MPS Racing Pro ET, Dave Griffith, Iowa. Joe Clemmy, Iowa. Two Iowans come a long way to battle it out. They probably do it on a near weekly basis during race season up in Iowa. And there they go. It is green lights a pair, finish line will determine it. And it is Dave Griffin. 8:32 on the 8:28. Joe Clemmy, 8:89 on an 8:88. And I don't have to tell you what that means. Got Brody Davis, right side, 846 dial. 846 dial in, and Ricardo Marte, left side, 887. Brody turns it red by just a tick. Ricardo advances. Josie Brooks coming back in her last shot here in B. Brooks in the right lane and Rashad Rowe left lane. Green lights a pair. Throw a blanket over that one. Woo! Look at this go. It is Josie. 822 on an 818. Rashad, 823. They were 021, 022 on the tree. Josie Brooks moving on. Pro Mod, you'll be next up. Pro Mod, next up. 460 will follow. Pro Mod, you're next up. One of the Cunningham boys advancing on, 840 on an 831, beating Janie Palm. Janie went 903 on a 9 flat. Here you have it. The Pro Mod final, as it's drawn up to be, numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers meeting in the final. Paul, fast by gassed. His legal buy run last round, he forego it. Automatically loses lane choice. Braden Davis took the measure in that round over Jeff House. So we've got Braden Davis with lane choice. He chooses the summit lane. Paul Gast, your number 1 qualifier. Low ET holder so far at 4 flat. He is in the TBM brakes lane. Paul under the watchful eye of Butch Schwartz. Crew chief of the year. Butch Schwartz can do it all. Braden Davis, 3rd generation racer out of Douglas, Georgia. winning on everything he steps into at this point. This should be a titanic battle. Gassed in the left lane where he does not like to live. Braden Davis, right lane. Burnouts complete. They'll carefully, very carefully line them up. Both of these motorcycles have gone .999, a testament to the South Georgia Motorsports Park track preparation. Not one, but both have gone .99 to 60 foot. Braden, your number qualifier at 4 flat. Titanic matchup right here. Truly, old versus young. They don't get a bigger spread than this one. Let's see if the wily old veteran has got it or the young buck. Very carefully moving in. Gone. Braden goes red. Gassed 4-0 for the victory. Paul Gassed 4:04, 173. Okay, he was 018 on the tree. Paul wasn't getting left behind by much. Braden just turned it pink at -011. Paul was .997, another 99 60-footer there. Congratulations, Paul Gass, your Fast by Gas Pro Mod event champion. Your 460 Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final. Les Stemick left side and Chad Otts right side. This is a great drag race, and give it to Stemick again. 461.7. Chad Otts was 008. Broke out. He took too much strike. 459 with a 2. Chad Otts is going to be beating himself. Congratulations, Les Stemick, on a win. Chad Otts on a job getting runner-up. Outstanding drag race right there. Stemick for the victory.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Christmas, left lane. And another final round right here. This will crown the Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead champion in V20T. You got Casey Smith out of Missoula, Georgia. Left side, 2002 Harley Davidson. And the Hamburglar, Johnny Flat Top Ard, right lane on the 2019 Indian. Both riders are in. Boom. Boom. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine it. Finish line. Casey Smith, 10:59 on a 65, breaking out. But Ard, further under. Casey Smith, a tremendous light, 018 on that Harley. Johnny Ard was right there with an 044. Breakout. Double breakout, give the win to Casey Smith. Congratulations, Casey Smith, Smith family out of Musella, Georgia for that big victory. All remaining winners in all categories, please return to the lanes immediately for pairing purposes to put a wrap on it. Getting down to the very end of competition here at a tremendously successful Fuel Tech World Finals. I'd like to thank everyone that came out, participating, spectating, crewing. Great job by all involved, especially the South Georgia Motorsports Park staff. Did an incredible job of keeping that racing surface in tip-top shape through a couple days of cold weather, but it was always there for you. This is Top Gas semifinal round. And then there were three in Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas. Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas here, and also in the process of acquiring MPS Racing Products. So it'll be a very busy off-season transition period for the Lee family. We thank Dustin Lee and his family for their support of Man Cup. Tom Clemmy left lane and Shane Cunningham right lane. Shane, 022 red. Clemmy moves into the final. It will be Clemmy versus Alan Fields. 818 with a 3 for Tom Clemmy. Alan Fields looks like he is going to take and run it out. He's going to leg it out for his legal bye run. He wants to get us tune-up for the final against Clemmy. Alan Fields going to make a hit. He's in. And he's gone. Fields. 807. He does not acquire lane choice. It will be Clemmy with lane choice in the final over Fields. 807, 172. But most importantly, it was 007 on the tree. It's going to be a monster of a final right there. All right, this is for a spot in the final round. We've got one of the Rowe brothers waiting back to see who he's going to dance with. It's either Sonny Belton out of Water Valley, Kentucky, left side on a Hayabusa, or Dalton Markham out of Kentucky. Pair of Kentucky runners facing off for a spot in the final. Markham in. Green light drag race. It is on. And it is Markham, 889 with a 4. 889 with a 4 for Dalton Markham. Double breakout, 888 with an 8 for Sonny Belton. Sonny did what he could, but Dalton had the reaction time advantage and took the stripe. 008, the margin of victory. A very close drag race down there. Dalton Markham moves into the final, and he will face Rylan Rowe. Rylan Rowe out and moving. He's 890 indexed, and he goes 877 at 149. It'll be Rowe versus Markham for all the marbles. And we do need both of those riders back here just as quick as you can to finish it up.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
John Markham just watched his son punch his ticket to a final round. Can Markham do it? The only thing standing in his way is Pablo Gonzalez. John Markham, Summit side. Pablo Gonzalez, TBM brake side. Both riders turn it green. And it is Pablo for the win, 884 with a 1. Pablo, 884 with a 1. John Markham broke out 946 with a 6. Markham had him by 2 thou on the tree. John Markham taking .017 of stripe, and it's spelled too much. Pablo Gonzalez will face off with Janie Palm in the final of Voodoo Custom Street ET. Janie Palm dialed a 910. 907, 149. I'll need Janie Palm and Pablo Gonzalez back. Service it and get it back for that final. We'll put a period on it. And just like that, we've got Pro ET ready to roll. Great job, guys and gals, of making sure you're back for these rounds so we can finish it up.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
On a roll. David Griffith, right lane. He has certainly been on a roll. And in the left lane, she needs no introduction on the Polar Express. It's Josie Brooks. She's been getting the job done all season long. Semi-final action here in MPS Racing Pro ET. Brooks, left side. Griffith, right side. Well, neither rider had a 009. Give it to Brooks, 820 with a 7. 820 with a 7. David Griffith, 832. Both riders were 008. Both riders were 008 on the tree. Tremendous drag race. Josie Brooks comes out on top. She punches her ticket. Is it going to be Cunningham or Marte? Two Florida runners who know each other only so well. Marte, 887. Cunningham, 831. And it is Marte, 888 on the 887. Cunningham off pace, 836 on an 831. And again, both riders with identical reaction times of 024. Woo, it don't come much tougher than MPS Racing Pro ET action. You best bring a big gun to that gunfight.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Back to the lanes, please. 4 final rounds. Let's get all 8 of those individual riders back here. We got no double ups, no excuses. The clock will be ticking shortly so we can put a period on this Fuel Tech World Finals. All right. Any rider not in the lanes by 6:30 risks running their category without them. I'd hate to see that happen. And winner circle photographs, please. Winner circle photographs are at the Man Cup Tech Tent. Winner circle photographs at the Man Cup Tech Tent, as they always are. Winner circle photographs, Man Cup Tech Tent, where we did the #1 qualifier awards. Top Gas Final, hard times, parts and service. Top Gas Final will be the first one out. Alan Fields on his Hayabusa. He's going to be up against Tom Clemmy. Immaculate Hayabusa for Alan Fields out of Rob Bush Motorsports. $820 will be the fixed index here, Pro Tree. Let's see what they got. Clemmy, the wily old veteran, cut his teeth at Sunshine Drag Strip. And there he is, moving out to the puddle. Final round, number 1 of 4 remaining. And we've got more motorcycles pulling in the lane, so it is on. Here we go. Clemmy left side, Fields right side. Four pair left in this 2024 edition of the Fuel Tech World Finals. Green lights a pair, and it is Clemmy for the W, 818 with an 8, besting the 818 with a 4 by Fields. Clemmy had the reaction time advantage He took the stripe, and he was closer to the index. Congratulations, Tom Clemmy, your winner in Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas. Alan Fields, tremendous job. Did all he could. He was almost 200ths behind on reaction. He had to do something. Comes in runner-up. And here we go. This is the Voodoo Custom Street ET final. Janie Palm out of Bunker Hill, Illinois on a 2022 Gen 3 Busa. Pablo Gonzalez on his 2018 Gen 2 Busa. Pablo runs everything. He's one of those jockeys just jumping from bike to bike. Janie focused. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine final round number 2 of 4, and it is double breakout. Pablo closer. Pablo Gonzalez for the win. He had a decided reaction time advantage, and that paid out. Janie did what she could. She took the stripe with 003 as her margin, but she had to push it 6 under. Pablo, better reaction time, and he was only 3 thou under. Congratulations, Janie Palm, runner-up in Voodoo Custom Street ED, and the champion, Jefe, Pablo Gonzalez. Here we go. This is Super Comp in the puddle. MTC Engineering Super Comp. Dalton Markham. He's been slaying them over in that TBM Brakes lane. He's up against Rylan Rowe, a pair of Kentucky killers right here. Rylan on a Kawasaki ZX14. Woo! Great drag race right here. Win to Rylan Rowe. Double breakout. Dalton had him on the tree. Rylan Rowe, your champion. Rylan 8867 with an 030 light. Dalton 8861, worse of a breakout. And he kicked that off with a 005 light. And the final pair down the racetrack here for the Man Cup season will be the Polar Express, Josie Brooks. You can't get them farther apart. Josie all the way down from Canada, and Ricardo Marte from Central Florida. Ricardo, 888 dial. Josie, 818. Pair of killers here in MPS Racing Pro ET to close out the season. They're in. Green lights a pair. Green lights. Josie Brooks takes it home. Josie was 000. She was 000 on the light. 818 with an 8. There weren't many crumbs left. Marte did what he could, but Josie still got there first. Ricardo was 030 on the tree. He went 886 flat, a full 200ths under. Josie turns the light on, still 002 margin of victory. That is some close drag racing. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. And we hope to see you all right back out here to kick off the 2025 season with Man Cup here at South Georgia Motorsports Park.